Let me play my cool.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. So you need me. How do we love? Don't let go. I know you feel the same. So you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay home.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I belong. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I belong. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search for you, stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Let me play my cool intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my
Got a
god.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignore me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling this war. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
he always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter. Try to do it like me, better do it better. I got a mind that's clever. The beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit.
How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty flaps. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen Bee and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely.
Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen Bee's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen Bee's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen Bee is like the god of YouTube.
Queen Bee Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would funk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit Chronicles of the Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right? Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
I'm fucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no. I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know what I mean? Skedaddling away. See you guys.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is...
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. Motherfucker's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke them if you got them.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, B-Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? Let's get our trigger warning out here. Oh. Turn this off. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to switch up a little bit here to a different background. So anyhow, today we're going to go over the similarities and between Sebastian Rogers' case and Michael Monkey Vaughn. If you have not heard of Michael Vaughn, which he goes by Monkey, his mom calls him Monkey, we're going to go over it today, and we're going to listen. We're going to listen to the confession, or as he says, false confession from Stacy Wandra, who is a suspect in Michael Vaughn's disappearance. And he makes me type of way just watching him. I don't know. I shouldn't even put that out there for you guys because I want you to have your open your mind and do your own research and, you know, form your own opinions on him. I'm just gonna say, in my opinion, I think there's more. He knows more than what he's saying. Anyhow, as we go, you'll get why I say that. But first of all, let me say this. Last night we were listening to music at the end of the live stream, and that's why my stream got taken down. It was because of the music. There was nothing else going on with it. No, my channel does not have a strike on it and all that. I know there's a rumor going around saying that it does. No, it doesn't. Also, let me say this. Betty cannot keep my children out of her fucking nasty ass goddamn mouth. Her fucking cockbox, if you will. I don't know why she continues to lie on my fucking kids, but the bitch is obsessive and fucking disgusting. And allegedly her mom's getting a 5150. Hopefully she does, because she really needs it. She's spiraling really bad. And I also want to say thank you guys. I've noticed that the numbers, her numbers have like cut in half. I appreciate you not supporting doxing, not supporting sharing my children's sibling fight there, her bullshit stories and running with her narratives. I appreciate you guys not feeding into it. I appreciate you guys not viewing that bullshit. And thank you. I appreciate y'all standing up for what's right. Kids are off limits. They always have been. They should always be. And I stand on that. So I just want to tell you guys, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It does make a difference. Like I said, you guys are the subscribers. It's not on us. It's on you guys. The power's in the people. So it's within you guys. You guys are the ones that make the numbers. You guys are the ones that are subscribed. You guys are the ones that you guys are the ones that make the difference. When they see you unsubscribing and their numbers are dropping, and their views are dropping, that's what makes the difference. So it's all in y'all's hands. There's, we're just we're not shit without you guys. I want y'all to know that. So I appreciate you guys, and of course, I'm grateful for everyone's support. And all the good messages and stuff. And I just want to let you guys know I'm really grateful for how supportive you guys have been. And I just want to say thank you guys. So let me, as we keep it moving, there's the link. So we're going to keep it moving. And I just want to also say, no, Brittany, you do not get any grace. No, not when you want to continue to push a fucking narrative that I would in some way, shape, or form was being mean or, not doing what's right when your child uploaded a video of themselves or whatever, their child, I don't know if it was one or two, multiple, I don't know. But that's your video, your house, your responsibility. Those are your kids. Ultimately, it lands on you. Second of all, you said what? When you FOIA someone's house, it's public, or when you FOIA somebody's stuff, it's public record. So you wanted to, cry today and say no one gives you grace and people should give you grace because your uncle passed away. You have problems within your family. And well, you know what? You sure as fuck don't give anybody else grace. And you sure as fuck didn't have any problem speaking on my motherfucking children. So like I said, when we're going out, don't start crying. Don't start crying and whining. No. You jumped in feet first. So keep that in mind. And before we get started, can we also give SF a round of applause for, drop kicking the Rico out here? Because I feel like he busted some shit out and he pissed everybody off with that. We got one spurging out, one saying, here's the email that I got, which confirms what SF was saying. And then old Betster over here, she's fucking going off, calling him the unscrupulous PI as usual. Which, by the way, Betty saying unscrupulous PI is where literal Davis Sam got her name changed from. It was because of Betty, nobody else. Just to make that clear. Just gonna make that clear. Okay. We're gonna keep it moving. Here's the link. I'm gonna go pin this bad boy real fast, and then we're gonna get into it, y'all. Did you guys watch Stacy Wandra's interrogation or anything? Has anybody listened to it or watched it? I don't know about this, you guys, because just like there's like I don't know. I hate to say this, but they're like, it's almost like there's weird people. Like these guys seem like they're really weird. JLR Investigates does a interview with a suspect, and he's sitting in a hot tub holding a beer, talking about the disappearance of Monkey Michael Vaughn. His mom is Brandy Neal. They're just fucking weird. And I feel like there's I feel like there's a lot more that he knows that he's not saying. And anyhow, like I said, I want you guys to judge for yourselves on this one, because man, I got my own feelings towards him, and I I don't want to, you know, influence your opinions of him. He is, let's see here. He is, in my opinion, he's very manipulative. He plays stupid, but he's definitely smarter than he acts, and he knows, in my opinion, more than what he's leading on to make people believe. And I think that Brandy coming on here and begging him for information to tell her to, you know, just begging for him to give her any information on her baby. And he says, you know, I don't know anything. But in the interrogation room, he says that the little boy is Michael, which he calls him little boy, or the kid, is buried in his backyard. And I can't, I mean, I just can't, with him saying that and then saying that they moved him. And then he goes back and says, oh, well, I just said it because I was tired of being interrogated. Makes me feel some type of way. So this is from, let's see here. This is from extensive search for missing 5-year-old Michael Vaughn in Fruitland, Idaho. We just want to have him back. This is 3 years ago. Let's see this. There's a couple interviews there's a couple things we're going to play just to give you guys an idea, and do like a little refresher of who Michael Vaughn is. And then we'll talk about the similarities in his case and the similarities with Sebastian and other missing children as well.
Of this missing boy in Fruitland. The search continues this morning for 5-year-old Michael Vaughn. He was reported missing Tuesday night around 6:30 near Southwest 9th Street and South Arizona Avenue in Fruitland.
Today's search, and they're asking for the community's help now, comes after a full day of searching yesterday from the air, on the ground with K9s. People from multiple agencies went door to door yesterday. They talked to neighbors. They searched fields, searched yards, and all in hopes of finding this little boy. Neighbors say they learned about the 5-year-old's disappearance around 7:30 on Tuesday night. They say Michael is a happy kid who lived in this neighborhood with his parents and his grandfather. Cynthia Walker lives in the neighborhood. She was walking her dog as the search was happening.
At 5 years old, I don't know that he would wander too far without one of us seeing him by now. There are volunteers, many volunteers out searching, scanning the fields, and we just want to have Michael back. We want him home safe. We're just praying for the family, praying for Michael.
A code red is in effect for Michael right now. He is considered an endangered missing person. And obviously, we all have very high hopes that we find Michael today. Help to find him has come from all around our region, including Idaho State Police. Fruitland Police are now asking everyone who lives there to please search around your homes. And they want people to search their crawl spaces, their sheds, trailers, vehicles, anywhere that a boy could be hiding or.
What's that? Who's that sound familiar with? Search your cars, search, you know, anywhere he could be hiding, crawl spaces, sheds, garages, you know, anything like that. It reminds me of Sebastian when they said, check outside, check the cars, it reminds me of Sebastian's case. Like I said, there's a lot of similarities in here that, you know, like he's a young boy. I mean, I know that he's this, you know, there's a lot of differences too. Don't get me wrong. They're not the same age. I get that. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of similarities where, in the, you know, went out and immediately started searching, and they immediately started searching for Sebastian, just like they did for Monkey. Like they were on it, you know what I mean? And it just, I don't know, like I said, there's a lot of similarities, but there's also a lot of differences.
Even stuck right now. Again, this is a photo of Michael, blonde hair, blue eyes, about 3'7", last seen wearing a blue Minecraft shirt, dark blue briefs. If you know where this boy is, call 911 or the Payette County Sheriff's Office. And once again, the Fruitland Police Department is coordinating a citizen search this morning. So many of you have reached out to me and asked me if you can help. This is your moment. It will start in the southern parking lot of Fruitland High School at 9 a.m. There'll be searching between 9 and 1 p.m. with the public today. This is an organized, coordinated search with authorities. So please go to Fruitland High School to begin that search. Doug?
So his mom has been on it. You know what I mean? She has been on it. Brandy has been boots on the ground. She has been doing everything she can do, from flyers to YouTube interviews to trying to, go into the neighbors' houses, going all over. You know what I mean? Brandy has been on it. I don't think a day has gone by that she hasn't, done something to search for her son. She is, I don't even know how she has done it this far. She has other children as well. So there's, Monkey had siblings. Sebastian did not. I mean, he had Faith as her stepsister, but Monkey did have siblings, older and younger. Let's see here. There's an interview here with Monkey's mom.
Good evening. We begin tonight in Fruitland and a mother's emotional plea asking for her missing son's return home. The search for Michael Vaughn, the 5-year-old boy out of Fruitland, continues this week, 115 weeks after he disappeared.
There's a new reward for information leading to Michael's safe return with a deadline of March 31st of next year. Fruitland police say they will not give up on the search until Michael is found. Our Tristan Lewis has been following this story since it broke. Tristan, tonight, Michael's family, they broke their silence really for the first time. So what are they saying? What is their plea?
So Mark and Kim, high emotions at the Fruitland Police Station today, and understandably so, as Michael's mother, Brandy Neal, asks everyone to continue searching for Michael. It has now been close to 4 months, and officers say they've received several credible tips that just don't go anywhere. But hope that Michael will be found continues on.
It's now 115 days since Michael Vaughn was reported missing. 115 days of continuous search efforts. 115 days of community members sharing Michael's face and name. For Michael's family, it's been 115 days of unrest, just waiting to be reunited with their 5-year-old boy.
115 days. 115 days. He has not been home.
For one of the first times since Michael's disappearance on July 27th, his mother, Brandy Neal, is speaking out. She's pleading for everyone to continue to share Michael's story in the hopes any information leading up to his whereabouts may turn up.
We need every one of you. I need you. I need your help to bring my baby home.
Neal describes Michael as a sweet and exciting boy who brings joy and love to not just their family, but everyone he interacts with.
We miss his laughs, his smiles. We miss his hugs. Michael has a laugh that is beyond contagious. You can't help but smile and laugh when you hear his laugh.
While looking at pictures of him that are used on missing persons posters, she can recount stories of the joy and laughter he brought.
That smile was one of our most favorite camping trips.
Without it, she says their family is broken.
I need you to know how much Michael is loved. I need you to know how much he is missed.
Neil feels that support people have given her and her family throughout the past 4 months.
I want to thank all of the community and the extended communities and everyone who continues to keep Michael in your thoughts, in your prayers, and in your eyes.
She feels especially grateful to the law enforcement agencies that have been working nonstop since July to locate her missing son.
They have become family, and they are his son too. So please, please, please help me. Please help me bring my baby home.
Chief J.D. Huff with the Fruitland Police Department says Michael's family continues to be fully cooperative with law enforcement. He mentions that they work with them on a daily basis. Huff also says because they've done so many searches and haven't found anything, the chances Michael was abducted are higher. But Mark and Kim, nothing has been ruled out.
Well, this is the first really publicly that they've even used the word abducted. So they're leaning toward that or no? I mean, what was the feeling there at the press conference, or that he just wandered off and somehow hasn't been found?
There's just still a lot of search efforts being made. I spoke with J.D. Huff today at that press conference, and they said they're really focusing their search efforts on that 1 to 2 mile radius where he was last seen. But just as the winter months start approaching, that search is intensifying. So, like I said, nothing has been ruled out.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking.
They're not going to give up the search for sure. All right, Tristan, thank you.
So listen, and then that just breaks my heart. Brandy has been active, and like I said, nonstop searching for Michael. You know what else though? Another thing that another big difference here is, in my opinion, Betty and this is the case that Betty and Dolly started looking into, and I believe Dolly went home and Betty immediately left and went to Quentin Simons because the case was getting more attention. Actually, I was probably one of the first ones to go over Quentin Simons' case, and then Betty latched onto it, and she immediately went out there and started protesting. And of course, her hogs, which is heels on the ground, they joined in, and they all went to Quentin Simons, and pretty much, in my opinion, never looked back. They didn't go back to, I think they maybe went back one time on their way through. They stopped and took a few videos and pictures and, acted like they were doing something. But mainly Brandy's done this on her own. That's why, that's another reason why I feel like, Michael's case is not a shit show circus because, in my opinion, Betty and her crew didn't really get involved in this case. They, it was almost like it was an Amy. It was like a drive-by. They, pulled up, did some pictures, and did a quick interview, and then left and went to Quentin Simons and never looked back. So I feel like that's really important to point out, All right. So the next here, let me see this. The next update was this. It says Michael Vaughn update, no human remains found, but 4 people have been named interest. And, a name, 4 people of interest. Let's see here.
No human remains found in the ongoing search for missing Fruitland boy Michael Vaughn. That's the latest update from the Fruitland Police Department after an extensive search of a home and backyard just a half a mile from the family's home. where Michael was last seen July 27th of last year. Anchor Karen Lair has been in Fruitland all day, where police briefed the media. And Karen, they introduced some new names of individuals they're trying to track down.
Yeah, and Don, we already knew the names and faces of Sarah and Stacy Wandra. They live at the house that police have been searching over the last couple of weeks. But now they tell us they believe there are 4 people with details and knowledge about the death and disappearance of Michael Vaughn.
We did not find Michael's remains.
After days of digging, no human remains found at a Fruitland home that's become the center of the search for missing Michael Vaughn. Police adamant the investigation is still their top priority.
We're just not going to stop. Everybody should know that. We are not going to stop until we uncover the truth in its entirety.
Investigators say all dogs involved in search efforts earlier this month alerted to human remains on the property, but no bones or body parts were discovered. Authorities now believe Vaughn was abducted, killed, buried on the property, then moved.
All of those who have knowledge of Michael's disappearance and have failed to report or hindered our investigation will be pursued.
At a Thursday press conference, authorities releasing the names and faces of 4 individuals they say were staying in the home at the time of Vaughn's disappearance last July. Sarah Wandra was arrested immediately before search efforts began, charged with failing to report Vaughn's death. She will remain in custody as the investigation continues. Stacy Wandra, Sarah's husband, has been behind bars in Washington County since May on an unrelated charge.
We believe that Stacy has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughn.
Chief Huff tells me they have enough evidence to file formal charges against Stacy in relation to Michael's case, and those charges are likely forthcoming. Now, police say 2 others were staying with the Wandras. Brandon Shurtleff and Adrian Lucien, both currently out of state and not in touch with police.
I strongly encourage Shurtleff and Lucien to contact the Fruitland Police Department detectives as the window of time for talking and cooperation is coming to a close.
As for the next steps of the search, investigators will use ground-penetrating radars to scan a neighbor's yard in a voluntary search on Friday, although search dogs did not alert authorities to any remains there. Fruitland Police Chief Huff is asking anyone who may have information on this investigation to come forward and talk to authorities. They're also asking the community to continue giving Michael Vaughn's family privacy during this difficult time. You can watch that entire press conference in this story on our website, idahonews6.com.
So, as you see, there's 4 suspects, right? So these guys actually live not but I think 4 blocks, 5 blocks over from Brandy's house. And the day that Michael went missing, sorry, I had to mute for a second. The day he went missing, these guys were running some cab business and they were supposed to be out dropping or picking someone up. I can't recall what they said, but we're going to hear it straight out of their mouth anyways. However, they're very odd. So the only one we really haven't heard from is, well, I guess 2 people we've heard from, 2 we really haven't. So Stacy Wandra, which is the bottom right, he has done interviews with Brooks, Crime Lines and Lies. He's done interviews with Dolly. He has done interviews with, I believe, True Crime with Eve. Maybe it's not that. I'll have to look it up. But I know he's done interviews with several YouTubers. This guy, Brandon, to the left, the bottom left, he did an interview with JLR while he was sitting in a hot tub holding a beer. And what's really fucked up is Stacy in the bottom right-hand corner was actually telling the police that they had abducted Monkey and he was buried in their backyard. So with that information, they actually went and took an excavator and started digging up Stacy Wandra's backyard. And It was actually his girlfriend's house, and her parents lived behind her. So we were actually doing like a field trip. We did like a field trip where we got on Google Maps and we took a field trip and like drove our gold nice car right around. Like I popped you guys in the back and we took off for a field trip. We went and checked out how far away it was from Monkey's house. We did we did our research, if you will.
Reporting in Fruitland, I'm Karen Lair, Idaho News 6.
After several.
And this interview, I believe you see Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough was standing in the back. Let's see here if you can see him. You see Duke, you asshole. All right, sorry about that. He had to come out here with me. Okay.
Knowledge about what happened to Michael, and I'll walk you through it. This is Sarah Wandra. She was arrested earlier in November for failure to report a death, and she is currently being held in the Payette County Jail.
Sarah Wandra is actually very, very odd. She is one that says God told her to do this, God told her to do that. She is very strange, if you will. Matter of fact, at one of her court dates, she says some off-the-wall shit. We'll play it. Excuse Duke, he's being very rude right now. You are fucking being rude. Stop it.
Sarah and her husband Stacy both lived in the home that crews excavated and searched. This is Stacy Wandra. Once again, they are a married couple. He is currently in the Washington County Jail on unrelated charges. So we already knew that the Wandras lived in the home being excavated. What we didn't know, and what Huff told us earlier today, was that these two other men, they believe, also had some sort of knowledge about what happened to Michael. They are not in the state of Idaho right now. They believe they are in other states right now. One of them was actually visiting the Wandras at that house, and the other one actually lived with the Wandras. So once again, they believe that these four people have some sort of knowledge about what happened to Michael. Huff also said that they believe that there are other people, additional people, just in addition to these four people that know what happened to Michael.
You just need to trust us and trust.
There is the police department saying, trust us, we got this, you know. Look who's in the back. It's Chris McDonough, another YouTuber. You see? To the left, you see him? Chris McDonough. It's Chris McDonough.
In this investigation. We're making tremendous progress. We're comfortable with where we're at.
Now take a look at the house crews excavated after police received a credible tip. That credible tip, Huff said, came from one of the occupants inside of the home. We don't know which occupant that was. He said the cadaver dogs alerted to there being potential human remains in the backyard. Crews sifted through more than 250 yards of dirt and are still processing evidence found inside of the home. However, he couldn't speak to what sort of evidence. Huff said he believes Wandra will remain in custody, Sarah Wandra, that is. And he also said that he believes that there is enough information to charge Stacy and believes that those charges are forthcoming. But that credible tip, he said, also included the neighbor's house. But he said that they don't believe that there's any sort of potential human remains in that neighbor's house, but they are wrapping up that search tomorrow using some radar technology. Huff says they've received over 1,500 tips and leads about what may have possibly happened to Michael, and that they've received many more since then, now that they've entered this new phase of this investigation. But Shira, like I said before, still lots and lots of questions. Huff said that they do believe that they will be searching some other locations, but couldn't really give any specifics about what that means.
Yeah, still so many questions, as you just mentioned. Abby Davis live in Fruitland. Thank you for reporting for us today.
So we're going to play the interview real fast that JLR does with, let's see here. JLR does an interview. Let me see here. JLR does an interview, and then Stacy does several interviews. He goes channel to channel to channel, and he did several different interviews. So we'll play a couple. I'll play a couple for y'all. So this one right here, he comes on and does an interview with, I believe it's Lauren Mathis with Hidden True Crime. So he comes on and he's trying to be like, he's trying to look his best. Okay, y'all. This is Stacy Wandra looking his best. Okay. Right here. Now, go ahead and form your own opinion from this. We'll play a little bit of this, and then I'm going to play now the interview that he did with Dolly. He's like laying down on a bed, half awake, half asleep, eating crackers or something. They're like falling all over his fucking neck and all over his shirt and shit. So anyhow, mind you, him and his girlfriend and these two people were riding around in a vehicle in a fucking cab. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. Now we got this music going too, so I forgot to turn that on. All right, so let's rock and roll. This is...
Hello, everyone. This is going to be a different type of live and interview today. So let's start with explaining what we're doing tonight and who we're with and why. For those that are here for our weekly hidden hour, I want you guys to all know, our gems know, that tomorrow night will be our official hidden hour with John. So for those that were waiting for that tonight, I hope that you'll stick around and be with me tonight. It's just going to be me. We are going to do a hidden hour tomorrow. We're going to dig deeper in quite a few things, possibly this interview that we do today, or also Gypsy Rose. John is looking at a lot of different things. Is that me or you? That's you, right? Me? I hear a buzz. So plan on hidden hour tomorrow. And tonight we're going to spend some time with Stacy Wandra. And we're going to explain who Stacy Wandra is. Many of you know this has to do with the missing Michael Vaughn case. We're going to get into that in just a second. I'll just share now. Little 5-year-old Michael Vaughn, his nickname is Monkey. He went missing from Fruitland, Idaho, July 27th, 2021. He has not been seen since. We have been covering this case. I've even been to Fruitland, Idaho, and I went in 2022, at the end of 2022, to actually see the house where Stacy Wandra, where you were living with your then wife, Sarah Wandra. You were both brought up in press conferences as persons of interest in this case. Before we go any further, and again, for those that don't know about this case, stick around. I'm going to give you guys, and Stacy knows this, I'm going to give you guys a background of this case so you can be caught up, because it's really important that we keep talking about this case, because what happened is, honestly, Stacy, when there was a press conference and you were named as a person of interest along with your she's still your wife, but you filed for divorce, your wife, Sarah Wandra, and other people that you were living with at the time. The media kind of dropped the case. Like, I think we all thought that there was going to be an arrest that was made, and we thought that Monkey's honestly remains were found in your yard, honestly, because the police were looking in your yard for Monkey's remains, and that didn't happen. You were never charged. Sarah was never charged. Monkey was never found. And I think it's really important we start talking about this case, because John and I care a lot about this case, and we care a lot about Monkey. As much as I said, I've even gone to Fruitland, Idaho. So that's the case that we're covering. And then for those that don't know, we're going to get you caught up with exactly who Stacy is, kind of where this case went kind of silent from the media. We're going to get to that point. And then we're going to start talking to Stacy. Now, for our Patreon members, as well as our YouTube channel members, there was a really special interview yesterday, a very sensitive special interview. So it is private, still not private, but we made it small. Stacy requested it be small yesterday when my husband was interviewing you, right, Stacy? And John interviewed you yesterday for 2 hours. I was on my earphones listening in. It was such kind of a sensitive live that we turned the chat off. We made it again Patreon only or YouTube member only, so we had very few people. That's where it is. So for anyone that's curious about that live, I do have the link to our Patreon in the description of this video. I in my opinion, it's really fascinating to watch. That's all I'll say. My interview is going to be.
Really, it's just the same old bullshit that he said in any other interview. So, hold on. Lauren does take her time getting going. Love her, but that's her. Yeah, girl, she does. I know she does. We'll fast forward through some of this here. Let's see.
Believed to be in North Dakota.
So they're asking where he's what the
front yard, jumping
she's playing her interview for him, and I'm guessing gonna ask him about it.
Investigation. So I'd ask you that you'd please tailor your questions accordingly. With that, I'll stand for a few questions. Alex.
So if emergency remains are not found, will Sarah have to be released or you?
I am in Fruitland, Idaho, the neighborhood where Michael or Monkey Vaughn, 5-year-old Michael, went missing in 2021 July. We're still looking for him. And here is the house that police were recently digging for days. If you zoom in there, that gate there, that's where we've seen photos of a bulldozer just beyond that gate. Now we're at the Vaughn family home. It is so close. It truly is like a 2-minute walk from their home, but the family does not know who Stacy and Sarah Wandra are, and they were the ones living here at this home at the time Monkey disappeared. Okay. Did that have sound with it? Someone said, okay, everybody had audio? Okay. I think that summed up who you are, Stacy. Somebody did ask, they said, I'm confused. Have you been cleared by police? You haven't been cleared by police, but you also have not been charged.
Correct.
But you have not been. So let's make both. Let's be very clear who Stacy Wandra is. We're just here to be really honest. Stacy has not been cleared by police. I don't know. This is me asking you a genuine question. I don't know if you're.
That's the thing. He has not been cleared by police at all. So imagine if Sebastian's case, I mean, if there's so many fucking games being played, though, we can't, you know what I'm saying? we can't seem to get our shit together here in this circus full of fucking clowns because there's too many fucking distractions, to even worry. Sebastian's been lost. They don't give a fuck. In my opinion, the green team veered off Sebastian a long time ago. It's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's turned into a complete fucking circus. Could you imagine if a suspect or someone that was a suspect came forward in Sebastian Rogers' case? It would be like a guppy in a pool full of sharks. Who's going to be able to interview him first? Oh my God, who's this? Who that? Did he do it? He did it. Half the people are going to say that he's guilty. Half the people are going to say, no, he didn't. Then here comes out 3 more, the wife and 2 friends. Lord, I couldn't even imagine. But this is the thing. It's the difference between the 2 cases. There's similarities and there's differences.
You are considered a person of interest or a suspect in this case.
From what I know, I mean, I honestly don't know. I've been told person of interest, and then I've been told I'm not. I've been told a suspect. So there's no. I mean, I'll never find out the actual, I guess, facts behind it. Other than, I mean,
Yeah. But I mean, and that's pretty serious. So people are saying, what is this interview? This is what this is.
Mhm.
This is a case that John and I care a lot about, and this is who Stacy is. But Stacy, I want to make really clear, has also not been charged
Mhm.
with monkeys, Michael. I know some people, I'm close,
Now, see, I have a hard time with this. No, he has not been charged with it. However, he sat in an interrogation room, and this little boy was buried in his backyard. So, I have a hard time believing that. We're gonna watch the interrogation footage like we did with Leilani, when the feds and the detectives were interrogating her. We're gonna watch Stacy's interrogation as well. So I just wanted to show you guys kind of what he said. This is after he got out of jail on his other charges that he had, his gun charges. So he got out of jail and was like going on these interviews and asking for money. He was wanting to get paid for every interview that he went on, or every interview he did. He started asking folks for money, and then him and Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies got into a huge blowout because he wanted to talk to her husband, and he wanted to do marriage counseling for Brooks and her husband. Yeah, this shit gets fucking wild. That's very strange. So anyhow, he goes like 0 to 100 when you're talking to him. The conversations that we've heard, when he gets upset, he goes 0 to 100 real quick.
Just so you know, I will try to call him Michael. I know that his nickname, some people don't think I should use it. I just want you guys to know that a lot of the missing persons folders did say his nickname. So I apologize for those that think I should be saying Michael, 5-year-old Michael. You have not been charged in Michael's disappearance. Michael has not been found. And really, this is kind of where the case sort of left. It was about December 2022 where the case kind of fizzled from the media, but nothing's happened. And then you were being held in jail. What were you charged with in jail?
Felon in possession of a firearm.
Okay. And you are recently out
Correct.
on parole. Are you on parole or
Probation?
Probation. Okay. And so here we are. And I think that if anyone knows something and that you can share with us, it's you. We care about this case. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Amy says, use his nickname. We want my monkey home. A couple other things. This is the Idaho Statesman. The Idaho Statesman, this is November 14th, 2022, where it says police have arrested a woman suspected to be involved in the disappearance of a Fruitland boy and charged her with failure to report a death. Sarah Wandra, 35 of Fruitland, was arrested Friday after police served a search warrant at the Red Wing Street residence she shared with her husband, Stacy Wandra, according to a probable cause affidavit. The residence was the site of a weekend police search and excavation in connection with the disappearance of Michael Vaughn. Michael went missing July 27, 2021, from his front yard, half a mile from the Wandra residence. He was 5 years old. Police have not said what evidence they're looking for, but they did bring cadaver dogs to search the yard. By Monday afternoon, officials had not said whether they found evidence. Sarah was arraigned Monday afternoon. Sarah's now been released, and Sarah's now been released.
No.
Right? No?
No. She's the charges were dropped, but she's in prison.
Okay, she's in prison, but those charges for failure to report
Are
a death were
unrelated.
dropped?
Correct.
Okay. And then
see, just like that. They're saying that basically, he was. They had the cadaver dogs out and stuff, and his scent just disappears, like he got into a vehicle, and just kind of like with Sebastian's. But what's messed up is these guys just happen to be out riding around in their vehicles, giving cab rides and shit. I don't know. It's super sketch. When we watch the interrogation, it's so fucking different. Here, matter of fact, I want to show you guys this other one, and then we're gonna keep it moving. So this right here is actually when Brandy gets the chance to confront him on her. On a panel, and she actually gets the opportunity to confront. This is Michelle Watts. Let's see here. She actually gets the opportunity to confront Stacy. So let me see if it's at the end here. Yeah, it's at the end here. Okay, here we go. I'm going to play a piece of this real quick here.
This is over?
Because you can't tell me the truth. You can't.
I don't have truth to tell you.
You do.
I don't.
You know where Michael is.
No, I don't.
You did know.
Look, this is Michael's mother, okay? This is Michael's mother. Imagine your 5-year-old son goes missing. You're searching for him day in and day out. There are suspects that have been named that live not but 2 to 3 miles from you, around the corner. They've stated that your child is buried in their backyard, that he's been buried and that he's been moved. And then all of a sudden, the charges are dropped and he gets let out, and her charges are dropped, and she goes and does her prison sentence for something else because they can't prove anything. I mean, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And to me, it's, in my opinion, I feel like they fucking know what, if they didn't do this to Michael, they know what happened. And I'll tell you what, Brandy is a fucking amazing mother. She is a fucking amazing mother. She's a kick-ass mom. And I'll tell you right now, it would be so fucking hard to speak to this motherfucker. Man, she's a badass, dude. Listen to her. She knows in her heart of hearts. She knows this motherfucker knows. She knows he knows something.
Get going.
You care about getting away
I'm
with
such a
this.
horrible
That's all you care
person.
about. You care about
I'm
getting
sorry.
away
I'm sorry. This is over.
because you can't tell me the truth. You can't.
I don't have truth to tell you.
You do.
I don't.
You know where Michael is.
No,
well,
I don't.
You did
No,
know
I
where
don't.
Michael
Brandy.
is. Yes, you did.
No, I don't.
You
No, I
told
don't. No.
Let's let Brandy talk, please.
So
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brandy. Guess what? They can bring charges because guess what? And they can
Yeah,
pull me into fucking. Go ahead. Go ahead. Bring charges and it's going to get fought in court because they don't
you
have
have
shit.
knowledge of.
Consider. No, I don't. And consider this your guys' warning. Continue slander. Nope.
I'm not slandering you.
Continue slander.
You said you would answer anything, Stacy. You said you're
Correct,
an
and
and you're not being an open book to me. You're getting angry with me and you're not answering questions.
No, I've answered everything that you need, Brandy. I've answered everything. You still want to accuse me. You still want to do this and do that. Guess what?
I
Go
want
ahead.
to know why
Go
you're
ahead.
lying.
I'm not lying.
You have
I want to know why you think.
okay? You have control issues.
No, I don't
You
have control
impulse-
issues.
Yeah.
I have issues with people slandering me and defaming me and
it's like
thinking
if
that they have and thinking that they're
Someone
hot
that
shit,
bothers you a
thinking
little
that they
bit,
know it all.
explode in
This
something.
conversation is done. Y'all have a good night.
Obviously, he's still gonna listen.
She knows. She knows. His fucking ass knows. Whether if he didn't do it, then he knows that those two other motherfuckers did. That Brandon and, in my opinion, allegedly. But matter of fact, here we'll play Brandon's little part from JLR. I think she's got it in here. Matter of fact.
Guys, that's true, and he said he just said that
Yeah,
just cause.
this is Michelle, and she kind of goes through a little pinch of it. We'll watch it. Okay.
Convince me otherwise.
Stacy, why did you tell law enforcement?
Matter of fact, yeah. So Brandy, this is actually where she starts to confront him, and he gets very angry and very upset. We watched the last part of it just now, so we're gonna watch this part of it. I didn't know there was two parts.
Guys, that's true, and he said he just said that just cause.
Convince me otherwise.
Stacy, why did you tell law enforcement that you knew?
I didn't say that I knew. I wanted to get them off my back. And maybe if you did a little studying and research on what fetal alcohol syndrome is, and maybe
This son of a bitch has the audacity to tell her, maybe if you knew what fetal alcohol syndrome was, don't know. In my opinion, you're using that shit as a fucking excuse, Stacy.
if you had it and you got put in a pressure point situation, you do the same fucking thing.
I do have a slight medical background, and I'm quite aware of fetal.
Then you'll understand that being
I
put
am
in a very
understanding.
pressure pointed situation,
Yes,
in a
that's why
very
I'm trying to
pressure
talk about
situation, you would do everything you can
so
to
I
fight or
get
flight.
the truth from you without you being an explosive asshole.
Okay. Yep.
Stacy spoke to Brooks and gave a rundown of what happened on the day Michael disappeared. From his perspective, they were all home in the morning, and then around 11ish, he got a taxi call. Him and Sarah ran a taxi business. So he got a taxi call to take someone to Boise, which he did.
Probably I left the house about 12:30 or 1 in the afternoon, and took the Lexus that we had to go pick the client up and transported him to Boise. And I hung out in Boise, I think, for a few hours and then came home. Neighborhood seemed subtle and quiet. There's not a lot going on. Nothing seemed unusual at our house. Nothing was off.
Meanwhile, Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon went out. And here we can pick up what Brandon said. In November 2022, Brandon, looking cool, calm, and collected in North Dakota in a hot tub, spoke to JLR, Jonathan Lee Riches. He said that him and Sarah dropped Adrian off at Applebee's, where he was going to go and see his family. He's originally from California. And sidebar, it's interesting that whilst Stacy was talking to Brooks, he said he got a call from California. Was it Adrian or one of his associates trying to tell him to shut up? Sarah also called him during that conversation with Brooks. I just find that interesting. He kept getting calls. Reminds me a bit of like what happens to Don Wells when he talks to people. People who want him to shut up keep calling him. And that seemed to be happening to Stacy. Anyhow, let's continue.
Stacy was home left alone and did something and maybe like went out and snatched Michael. I mean, how do you do you guys know about Stacy's whereabouts at the time?
I personally don't. So I'm saying that could be a possibility.
Because there was no one else there with him, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
So this is another guy that was there with Stacy and his wife, Sarah. And him and this other suspect were allegedly in the back seat. So you have 4 people riding around, and this little boy who's 7 years old, 6 at the time, walking down the street. God, it just makes me sick to my stomach. It just fucking makes me sick to my stomach. And then when you go back and somebody was watching sorry, my birds are having a fucking moment. Anyhow, when you go, let me see here if we can. When you go and pull this interview, he's sitting there back in this hot tub, just sitting there lounging back, and it just makes me sick to my stomach thinking, what they possibly could have done, and you know what I'm saying? It just, oh my God. When they started in these fucking my birds are going off today. Hold on a second. Okay, I went and opened up their little curtain. Okay, so anyhow, this guy's sitting back in his hot tub right now, doing his drinking his beer, just hanging out. And Brandy is searching for her fucking son every day. And you know what's really fucked up that makes me really sick to my stomach? I'll never forget it. Oh, you guys, it really makes me sick. Brandy was sitting on her steps on a live stream, and you could hear the excavators running in the background, digging up the yard 3 blocks over from her house. She literally could sit on her steps and listen to them digging up the yard where her baby boy might be. Oh my God, it made me so sick to my stomach for her. And then to come on here and, attempt to talk to the man who, in my opinion and several other people's opinion, knows what happened. If he didn't do something to him, he knows. And, to be as nasty as he is to her, and he gets shitty with her, he's fucking really nasty and mean to Brandy about it. It just makes me fucking sick. It just fucking makes me sick. And it breaks my heart for Brandy. And then, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Brandy got the opportunity to finally confront Stacy, and that's how he blows up on her like that, and that's how he talks to her. It's just fucking awful.
But you're saying that you were with Sarah all that day. You and Adrian and Sarah were all together throughout that whole day, starting in the morning, and you didn't she didn't go off on her own or do anything?
No, I was with Sarah that whole day and Adrian. And then Stacy was left home alone.
Stacy was left home alone. When you guys were out, what cars were there with Stacy?
I think he had his little Cadillac Escalade that he cruised around at that time.
What color was that?
It was a white one, an older one that he traded his pickup in for. That when that pickup started to have a couple issues, instead of getting it fixed, he just traded it in.
Yeah. See, because he's left alone and no one else is there with him. I wonder if he ventured out. Yeah. Okay. For instance, when you guys got back, was he in the house?
Yeah, he was in there. He was in there on the couch. I'm pretty sure.
What was he doing?
Just watching TV.
Like he never even went anywhere.
Right.
Stacy went on to say that they then went to Brandon's mother's house to tow back Brandon's vehicle, and then they got back to the neighborhood and saw all the cops and people searching, and they stopped and asked what was going on.
Sarah and I were in the truck, and we towed his vehicle all the way back to Fruitland. When we got back, we noticed that there was an exceptional amount of police officers and people just walking around. And I told Sarah to pull over. I was like, let's find out what's going on. And we rolled the window down, and we asked them, what's going on, what's happening. And they were like, well, a little boy was abducted. And we're like, what? It made no sense because everything was at peace.
Who did you ask?
I don't remember. It was a police officer that we had talked to that was walking up the road from the main strip, 8th Street, which is, you took 8th Street. 8th Street led you into our subdivision. We lived in a whole different subdivision than Michael Vaughn. Michael Vaughn lived on the opposite side. He lived on 9th Street. We lived off of I think it was called Pintail Avenue or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the street that led into our subdivision was. It's been so long, but we stopped and asked what was going on, and they told us, and we're like, that's really weird. And I was in the process of trying to get Brandon's car dismantled or detached from my truck. And Brandon and Sarah had gone and looked for Michael while I was doing that. I offered to go help. They're like, no, we'll just go out and do it. And I was like, okay. So they took off on foot.
It's not what Brandon said, though.
I asked them earlier that day if we could use their pickup to go to my house, my mom's house, and get my Mercedes Benz and tow it back over there so I could work on it if I was going to be hanging out over there doing the taxi business.
Yeah. So when did you guys go over there to get your car?
I think it was around like 6 or 7 at night.
6 or 7. Then you're saying while you're coming back, that's when you noticed everyone searching for Michael?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember going to the gas station. We were probably at the gas station filling up like right at 7.
Right at 7. What gas station?
There's the Chevron right there just up from their house.
Yeah. So where you were seeing people out there looking for Michael, or you were seeing police?
I was just seeing police cars cruising around, and I was seeing a lot of like the neighbors going out in their cars cruising around, and just like the whole subdivision from the left side to the right side. They were all just out, everybody walking around and looking, and flashlights. Search and rescue was there, police, everything.
But how did you know they were looking for Michael?
Because so when we were pulling into the subdivision, Sarah was driving the pickup, and she stopped and talked to the neighbor that was coming down the road the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
And she stopped right there in the middle of the road, and they both opened their doors and they started talking to each other right there.
Okay. And you told me you never seen Michael Vaughn before in your life prior.
Right. I never met him or his parents ever before. I just know that they're neighbors of where I was staying over there with the Wandras.
Brandon said they went to the gas station and got milk. So there's quite a contradiction there in what happened in that hour where Michael went missing. If you remember, there's only a 20-minute window between around 6:40 and 7 p.m. when Michael could have been abducted. That's the time that he's unaccounted for. So it's interesting that there's a completely different story between Stacy and Brandon. I find that interesting. And Stacy went on to say that Brandon's lying about going to the gas station for milk. I think the gas station's like up here somewhere. And he said that was just about 7. Okay. Just about 7. That put them around here, right at the time that Michael disappeared. Stacy said that they set off at 5:30. So they would have been putting power steering fluid in here between 5:30 and 5:40. Well,
pretty fucking sketch, huh? I would say pretty fucking sketch.
how come it took them then an hour and a half to go to the gas station to fill up? And Stacy said they didn't go to the gas station at all. But Brandon said they went to the gas station. So this is, at this point, they saw the child, who's not Michael.
I was never searching for anybody. We were gone, and GPS data shows that we were gone. We were not even home around that time.
But you said you were putting in power steering fluid at 6:48 p.m.
No, 5:30 p.m. How else would CCTV video footage record us? At 5:30 p.m. on 8th Street, parked off to the side. Like, you guys know, like, I've already seen all the CCTV video footage from the detectives directly. So, like, you're not going to, like, trick me into knowing what I already know, what I've seen from...
Listen to how he's talking to her. It just irritates the fuck out of me. Man. So, yeah, I don't know. While we're watching this, all my little Hornet bots, make sure you go over and sting the thumbs up.
Law enforcement.
I'm not trying to trick you. I want the answers. I want my son.
I've given you the answers. I know you want your son. And if I could give you your son, I'd fucking do it.
Well,
but don't try to tell me that my information's not accurate.
Officer. Come on now.
Okay, well, don't try to tell me that my information... Okay, well, I'm not going to tolerate being criticized and ridiculed when I'm giving my... I'm not disrespecting her. Okay, but I'm not going to tolerate being disrespected as well and being ridiculed and criticized when I'm telling you that I know exactly where I was at 5:30 p.m. along with Brandon and Sarah, because we were all in the truck.
And
I asked you to stay respectful. So
Adrian,
stay respectful, please.
Adrian was at the house. That's right.
So we're going to Cuna to pick up this vehicle. Also, Brandon had to do some washing. He had to wash his clothes. Took some clothes in a duffel bag to his mother's house to wash. So we went all the way to Cuna to wash some clothes in a duffel bag that wasn't big enough to fit a human in. Okay. I've got a problem with this.
Yeah, a big problem with it.
They set off at...
Super sketch. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Just so far right here, right now. What do y'all think? Do you guys think there's something going on? In your opinion, do you guys think that that they know something more than what they're saying? Exactly. She just wants answers. She wants her baby. She wants her baby. And just like they were talking the other day, when Sarah took a picture on TikTok, it had Michael's poster, his missing poster in the back behind her on the refrigerator.
.30. It would have meant that Sarah and Brandon literally set off as soon as they got back home because they were still in Nampa at 4:47 or wherever they were. So they just got back and then set off straight away. Or, as Stacy said, did they wait an hour and a half, and maybe set off at 6:30 or 6:45 maybe? And that's right, the time when Michael was out there on his own. What if they stopped here and saw Michael? So Stacy's lying about the time. Brandon isn't, because Brandon doesn't realise Stacy's way ahead of Brandon. Stacy's lying about the time. Is also lying about the child.
And according
at 5:30 p.m., I was shown by law enforcement when they started questioning me specific video CCTV footage. Exactly like I said. Of being outside, getting out of the truck. Sarah was driving. I was in the passenger side, and Brandon was in the back seat. And I had Sarah pull off at 5:30 p.m. This is verbatim from CCTV video footage from the police department.
Were you at the house when Adrian came back from Applebee's?
No. Sarah had gotten back with Brandon and Sarah and Adrian had gotten back. Right
I
after,
saw
before
the
I
red
got back
truck
from the house.
and you guys leaving at 7:08 p.m.
No. GPS status shows differently. And I've already turned that in too. And law enforcement showed me video footage. They don't just adjust time frames at 5:30 p.m. exactly like I have said.
The timestamp was 7:08.
No, it wasn't. I've seen the time.
So are you telling me I'm a liar?
I'm telling you, information gets modified.
You're
I'm telling you what
the FBI modified that to the mother of a missing child. They're going to waste those resources.
Okay, well then explain this, Brandy. It's 3.5. It's 3.5 years.
They showed me too.
Okay, cool. And guess what? It's 3.5 years. They quote unquote said they have such solid concrete evidence, right? Yeah. Solid concrete evidence that it's 3.5 years later and there's still no charges. You wonder why? Because they don't got anything, Brandy. Figure it out. Do them. No, they don't. Really?
And I know you're lying, Stacey. And
really?
You know what? I would forgive you if you would tell me the truth about Sarah.
I don't have anything to fucking give you. I don't have anything to give you. And if I had something to give you, I would. I'm sorry that you still obviously think I'm a liar and this fucking horrible person.
I've caught you.
Your prerogative. It's your prerogative. Guess what? It's your prerogative. And you're entitled to feel any way you want. But don't think for once. You're right, you are. But if I had something else to give you, I would.
Because I'd like to know why Brandon says you're lying and you say Brandon's lying.
Really? Because Brandon didn't say that I'm lying. And actually, I listened to his statement that Brandon, from his lawyer specifically, that Brandon's lawyer was retained to represent Brandon should he ever get charged. I heard exactly the whole statement from his lawyer and what Brandon told. And Brandon's statement confirms everything that Sarah and I told.
This is Michelle in the present now. Except, Stacy, it doesn't. Unless Brandon told law enforcement something completely different than he told JLR. Let's recap. Because it seems to be that Brandon is blaming Stacy, but Stacy is blaming Adrian. Because he says that Adrian was home alone in the house that night. However, the screenshot from outside Applebee's of Adrian with his child is dated at 4:47 p.m. And Nampa is 38 minutes away. So even if they set off right after they took that photo, and who took that photo? Who took it? It had to be either Sarah or Brandon, because they were with Adrian that day. So even if they set off for Cuna right after they got home, leaving Adrian home alone to abduct a child an hour later, Brandon's story doesn't match with Stacy's story. Stacy thinks they set off at 5:30, which is a whole hour before Michael was even out on the street. Brandon thinks they're at the gas station down the road at 7, which puts them right on 8th at the time Michael would have been out there on his own and the time unaccounted for. They're all lying. Now, we've never heard from Adrian. So if Adrian would like to come forward and give his side of the story, maybe he can clear up what time they got home after that photo was taken at 4:47. Did he stay in Nampa? Did he go back home with them? Was he home alone that night? Does he have anything to do with it? Because he's a named suspect. So might be in Adrian's best interest to come and clear that up, because Stacy thinks that Brandon's story checks out with his own. Well, if Brandon's story checks out with his own, his story is wrong. Dear me. But Stacy has a problem with a little bit of an explosive temper, and he flounces. He rage quits. And this is exactly what he did in this interview. When the going gets tough, Stacy gets going.
You care about getting away
I'm
with
such a
this.
horrible
That's all you care
person.
about. You care about getting away.
I'm sorry. This is over.
Because you can't tell me the truth. You can't.
I don't have truth to tell you.
You do.
I don't.
You know where Michael is.
No, I don't.
You did know.
No, I don't.
Michael
Brandy.
is. Yes, you
No, I
did.
don't.
You
No, I
told
don't.
Vaughn.
No.
Let's let Brandy talk, please.
So
Go ahead, Brandy. Guess what? They can bring charges, because guess what? And they can pull me into fucking. Go ahead. Bring charges, and it's gonna get fought in court because they don't have shit.
Knowledge.
No, I don't. And consider this your guys' warning. Continue slander. Nope.
I'm not slandering.
Continue slander.
You said you would answer anything, Stacy. You said you're
correct,
and you're not being an open book to me. You're getting angry with me and you're not answering questions.
No, I've answered everything that you need, Brandy. I've answered everything. You still want to accuse me. You still want to do this and do that. Guess what?
I want to know why you're lying.
I'm not lying.
I
want to know why you think
you have control issues.
No, I don't have control issues. Yeah. I have issues with people slandering me and defaming me and thinking that they have and thinking that they're hot shit, and thinking that they know it all. This conversation is done. Y'all have a good night.
Obviously, he's still gonna listen.
Yeah, so in my opinion, I feel like he definitely I feel like they're all lying. I feel like they all know information that they're not telling. So with that said, and all of that in mind, we're going to watch his interrogation with the police. So it says Stacy Wandra tells the police where to dig, part 1. And trigger warning, please do not show anyone in this live stream any hate. Please do not stalk them, harass them, or go after them in any way, shape, or form. The sound's cut off here, so give me 1 second.
Formalities out of the way. Hey, I'm done.
I skipped it forward too far. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. I just want to talk to you for a minute, okay? Okay. I'm just going to go in the impact room for now.
How's it going, man?
Okay, how are you doing?
Good. Hey, I'm done. Patrol guy over here. Hey, we're just got to get some formalities out of the way, so I'm going to read this to you real quick, okay? Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer and want one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning. Okay. You have the right to end the conversation and use these rights at any time. Okay. Do you understand these rights, as I've told you? Yes, sir. Okay, hey, Detective Fruitland PD, you know him? Mm-hmm. I've been talking to you a bit. They want to FaceTime you so you can give them a little more information on where this body's actually buried at, because I guess they're not finding him yet. Okay. Are you good with that?
I mean, good as I'm going to be.
Okay.
What's your pin? And I'm going to give you a number so you can dial in there.
Did you get in all right?
Yeah. Sort of a phone dialer? Video. Takes like 6 times to load.
No, it doesn't. The machine's not very good.
No, they suck. You have to load it like 5 or 6 times. Let me just turn that. What time was it?
I think it's about 2 o'clock.
It's not 1:42. So you're a deputy out in the field? Yep. I thought you worked in here. Yep. Wow, I didn't know you were a deputy out in the field already. I thought you said you were just a jailer.
He's going with me today.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't make it back here too much.
You can't add phone numbers. You can't? No. These are all numbers that I have previously dialed. You gotta add contacts. And you can only add email. Okay.
We'll get an email.
I'll call my dad and we'll get this set up. He's gonna have to download the Visit Now app. Okay. It's called Getting On Visits. Hey, you're gonna have to download an app so you can talk to him. Because you can't just. I mean, we can make this FaceTime happen over Ben's work phone, but the only thing is it would just be recorded on the body. What's the app called? It's called getting out visits, he's gonna have to go create an account and set up everything. It's not just an instant, like it's a long process. You might as well be better off just video shot on facing with the body cam, because it's gonna take him probably close to an hour to set up.
Can you hear? You have your work phone on you? Okay, let me go grab Ben's work phone and we'll do it there. Alright, let me go grab Ben's work phone. I'll be right back. No, it's the key with the light on it. The white one, there you go.
The jail's getting pretty full, man. This one? Yeah. Are you the chief deputy? No, that's not me, man. I don't want that. Nope, I just do. I serve civil papers, and then I cover patrol calls. So you don't have like the permissions to like. No, it's not me, man. Oh, okay. No. We can probably get you in contact with the right person, but they won't. They refuse to call, and I've literally been stuck at watch since Thursday night, and they told me that I was gonna be able to get off on Friday, but they didn't realize that it was Veterans Day. Yeah. Well, you gotta. Can I utilize the restroom before all this? Like, I've really messed up. It really hurts. Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Well, I think I have this personal number.
Yeah.
Get his work number.
You don't have a work number?
No, is that the, so that's the number?
Yeah. I'll call and make sure. Yeah, he's just using this one. Do you want us to FaceTime you off your personal cell, or do you have a work phone you want to do it off of? Okay. All right, we'll send it on now. All right, bye. Jay said that he liked him.
I guess that was that was a phone call that they heard last night. He told his mom that he lied to these guys.
Oh. Yeah, quick to know, so I was going to go. Quite the bus. Should change. One up, kind of exactly. Pretty stupid overnight, but we didn't find anything that we did a shakedown. About 5:30. Pretty good size bag of half. Pretty good amount. Probably a gram or two.
Yeah, I heard just like a gram and a half or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We charge them. Yeah. He was nominated for bringing it in, but then he shared it with
right, man. So I'm gonna dial his number up.
Does he have an iPhone? Yeah. There it is. No. No. He didn't answer it. You got paperwork to serve me too? Do I? Yeah. No. I just saw papers all throughout the desk. No, that's no.
Says it's not ringing on his end. What's your work cell number? See if you can FaceTime it from his phone. Okay, what's the other number?
Ask him if it's ringing on his end.
Yeah.
If not FaceTime. Oh, no.
Hello?
Hey, we're trying to make it go through.
All right, bye.
Okay.
It
It says it can't receive video calls right now.
Are you on, are you, is the number that just got dialed, is that an iPhone?
No. How are you?
I'm here.
Feeling okay today?
I'm tired, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that you will help me a little bit more. I'm over here, I'm in your home.
Okay.
So I need a little bit more direction about where Michael is at.
Go out the back door, or?
Okay.
I can't. Can you turn the camera around so I can show you?
We're flipping around right now, stand by. Right here.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm going out the kitchen door.
That's some equipment.
That is some equipment. Okay, where do I need to go?
Okay, face to the right. Like right where the dirt piles are.
Right where the dirt piles are. About how far off of the fence?
But
Go ahead. Okay, walk over there and you point us to where it needs to be.
okay. Now keep going out a little further.
Keep going out a little further. You're gonna have to climb that mound.
It's like right under that mound area.
It's right under the mound, about where at compared to the trees?
A little like right to the right of the trees area.
To the right of the trees?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit. Where the
Okay, where at now?
Now he's off the dirt mound. It's like underneath the dirt mound area.
And about where he's standing?
Yeah, a little bit less, like closer to the house.
Come closer to the house?
Yeah.
And what is he wrapped in?
It should be, it should be a garbage bag.
Okay, what color is the garbage bag?
It would either be white or black. We only had two colors.
you to direct him from the fence where that orange thing in his hand is. Where do we need to stop it?
Right about there.
Right about there. Okay. All right. We will try there.
Okay.
Do you have any other suggestions for us, Stacy?
I mean, like I said, that's where he was buried.
Okay.
That's the last place I'd known. Again, haven't been home for quite a while, and a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So the only other place I would say, if he's not in that backyard, is go to Cuna to Brandon's house and check in the backyard by the tree area.
Okay, well, we're gonna finish here first, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
So does he need to go right or left, or anywhere else?
That general area, that bucket's enough to dig, but you're gonna want to start digging underneath the dirt piles.
Okay, how far down is Michael?
I don't know how far she actually dug, to be honest with you.
About, give me an estimate.
I mean, maybe 4 or 5 feet.
4 or 5 feet? 4 or 5 feet, that's probably taller than me.
Like I said, you asked for an estimate, I'm giving you it's probably shorter than that. I don't have an exact idea.
Okay, when she dug the hole, was she standing in the hole?
She's standing outside of it.
Okay, and was she using a regular shovel?
I think it was a bull nose, or what do you call them, pointed ones.
Okay, and did the shovel, was she able to stand on the outside of the ground and
Okay. No. Okay, no. I'm sorry, but no. I'm not even sure why they let this go on as much as they did because I'm sorry, but Sarah's not digging no 4-foot hole. I'm just not buying that. There's no way. Could I see the other two boys doing it? Brandon and I can't think of his damn name. Brandon and the other one, yeah. I could see them digging a hole in the backyard. However, I do not see Sarah digging a hole in the backyard because she doesn't look like she can even, she doesn't look like she fucking can bend over and pull her trash out or clean her house or anything else, let alone fucking dig a 4-foot hole in the backyard. I guess I'm just not buying that part of it.
the shovel able to reach the bottom of the hole?
Yes.
Okay, about how far down was the shovel in the hole?
I don't know. Let's say like 3 feet down, 2 feet down. I don't have like I said, I don't have an exact, measurement to give you. I didn't pay attention that far.
That's okay. Okay, we will try where you suggested, and I will call you back. Okay, Stacy?
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, man. Yeah. I have to wait here. I have to wait here or what?
If they call us back, we'll come back here and play back in.
Can you try to advocate and see if you can get a hold of was one of the LT or or not LT because he's hunting, but the sergeant, and see if but taking me away from the only thing that helps me with is being able to talk to my mom. And, all I want to do is talk to my mom. That's the only thing I really want. I didn't even barely get a chance to talk to her much last night because everything was so.
Okay, well, I'll talk to who I can and see if you're allowed to make calls, and we'll go from there. I don't, like I said, man, I'm on the patrol side of it, so I don't really know what happens back here too much. So, but I'll give you my word though.
Mind you, Brandy is sitting on her porch while they're digging up this asshole's back fucking yard. So it's awful either way, whether he's telling the truth or lying. It's awful both ways.
I'll go talk to him right now and see. So basically, all you want to do is talk to your mom,
I
right?
just want to call my mom. I have minutes on her side.
Okay.
So, but calling her, I don't have to worry about them resetting a phone number for minutes or anything.
Okay.
I mean, she has a prepaid account set up on her number.
Another thing, he says he was pressured into doing an interview. Bullshit. He was not fucking. He sure as hell don't look like he's pressured to do shit in this video. Not shit.
Okay. Well, we'll put you back over there, and I'll talk to these guys and see what we can do for you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for helping us out, man.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. This come out of 600?
Yeah.
Reverend Wise, come around over here and don't follow. Oh, yeah, you put there. Reverend Heck.
All right, what do y'all think so far? What's your thoughts so far on this? I need to know. I need to know. How do y'all feel? Let's see here. What we got going on? Wispies, member for 22 months. I am digging this QB only stream. Way to go, girl. And F you, Stacy. Yes, girl. And look, there's a lot of similarities and there's a lot of differences in this case. And others. I mean, but I feel like he's lying. I feel like he's there's no pressure on him at all. And I feel like he knows a lot more than what he's saying. But I also feel like he's telling a lot of stories. He's adding shit into it and making shit up because there's no way that Stacy dug that hole by herself. But in my opinion, he doesn't want to tell on Brandon and the other guy either. So okay, so this one is, let me see here. Oh, and you know what? We have memberships to give away too. And it looks like I don't see any memberships being donated right now. So I'm going to donate some of ours here. So check this out. Here we go. I forgot we even had these. So we are going to drop 5 of them now. So there should be 5. Let's see here. And then we'll drop 5 more for you guys too. Let's see here. Should we wait and do it now, or should I wait and do it just in here in a little? You know what? I'll do 5 more here in just a little bit. That's what we'll do. When we hit our 1,000 likes, we'll drop another 5 memberships. That's what we'll do because we got about 100 left to go. Oh, Katie K gifted 10 memberships too. Go ahead, girl. Showing some love, baby. Showing some love. Thank you. I appreciate you, love. All right. So let's open this bad boy back up again here. Let's see here. Okay, so do you feel, let's see where our poll's at here. Do you feel that Stacy knows more than he is admitting to about Michael's disappearance? We have yes, 95%, and no, 5%. And let's see here. We have 389 votes, and we have how many people in here? 1,000 people. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. It's an anonymous poll. Go in there. Go answer it real quick. Come on, y'all. All right, let's keep it moving here. Oh, Be Still gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Be Still. I appreciate that, baby. Thank you for showing some love, babes. Oh, check you out, Miss Seeker. Gifted 10 memberships as well. Dang, y'all. Look at you guys buzzing in. Dang, you little hornet bots, you. Shit. Katie K gifted another 10 memberships. Go ahead, girls. Go ahead, girls. Little stingers. Little hornet bots, little Fallons. Our little honey hive. Spreading some love. Little buzz here, little buzz there. Here's a membership there. Here's a membership here. All right, you guys. We'll keep it moving. This is that. Like I said, this there's some similarities, but there's also so many differences. Like this case is so different than Sebastian's, but there's so many similarities to it as well. Like mainly within the first part of the searching, like when they come out and they very first report that they're missing, and basically how the scent leads so far and then stops, and how it's within a mile to a mile and a half away from the house. I feel like Sebastian didn't. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like he was lured out. I feel like Michael, in my opinion, was abducted, and obviously no longer with us anymore. It just makes me so sad to say that. I hate to say that. But in my opinion, I think these guys know more than what they're telling, and I think that that's why they basically dispersed like they did. Because if you notice, none of them are in the same area. None of them talk anymore. None of them are around each other anymore. They all went their own separate ways. Poof. I just find it very odd that he comes out and says that this happened and that this little boy was in their yard and then that he was moved, and then nobody knows anything about anything. And Sarah Wandra comes out and she says, the highest power told me to do it. My higher power, my highest priestess told me to do it. And I'm like, what the fuck is she even talking about? Matter of fact, we'll play that because she says the shit in court. It's very fucking weird. Very weird. Okay, so let's get back over here. Holy shit, you guys. Look at you guys. Holy hell. You guys are just filling the whole chat up, lighting the whole chat up green. Dang, little Fallon Bumbles over here spreading honey like you got some love. Showing some sugar. Dropping some sugars. Let's see here. Alabama Nana gifted a membership. Let's see here. Busted Can of Biscuits gifted a membership. Cambry gifted 5 memberships. Busted Can of Biscuits gifted 1 membership. Katie K gifted 10 more memberships. My goodness sakes, you guys. Busted Can of Biscuits gifted another membership. Drop a little honey here. Drop a little honey there. I love it. I love it. Okay, so let's put this screen down and let's finish listening to Stacy fucking be a liar. Little creep. Because he sure as hell don't seem pressured to me in this. Seems like he's just fine.
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you? Let me go get Jeff, okay? I'm just out in front of your house here. Let me show you.
Where's Sarah at?
She's in custody.
You guys arrested her?
I guess they did, yeah.
Where did they take her? Yet?
I guess.
Any guesses on who's on the phone? Does anybody know who's on the phone right now? Does anybody recognize that voice? I sure do. Kelly got it. Yep. Who's the first one to come through here? Let's see here. Who's the first one? Kelly Olivia. That's Chris M. Yep. And Mrs. Norris. Musings. Let's see. Katie K. I'm listening, but just can't see chat. You all are welcome. Yes, they definitely said thank you for the memberships. Cappy, well, fucking duh. Yes, that's Chris McDonough. That's him on the phone right there. Listen.
Hang on, I'm trying to turn my camera around. There it is. Let me get out of my truck. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Oh. Welcome home.
Yeah, fucking great.
Look, I know we got everybody and their mothers here, as you can see.
Yeah.
You know, and when we talked the other night, I shared with you, look, we're putting in motion a lot of stuff, right, bro?
Mm-hmm.
And say hi to the crew.
Stacy.
How are you feeling?
Irritated.
Yeah, help us understand where you're at.
No.
He said, how are you feeling? And this motherfucker has the goddamn audacity to say irritated. Motherfucker, you got an entire police department digging up your backyard for a fucking 6-year-old baby boy that you guys allegedly buried back there. What the fuck you mean you're irritated? Are you serious, you motherfucker, you? I just can't. This shit irritates the piss right out of me. Oh, my God.
I'm just like,
And then to find out it's not true is even worse. All right, sorry about that. Let's see here. Yeah, so and then listen, they say, so basically they come to find out they obviously cannot find him in the yard here.
tired of being cooped up. I'm tired of being stuck in a little fucking cell and not getting any time out.
Yeah, we get it. Trust me. And so I'm going to turn the camera around, and all three of us are here. And let's go into your house first of all, okay? Just for a second. Get an idea. So Carson was out last night. We got here last night.
Okay.
And
how'd that go?
position, right?
Yeah.
Which is okay. So we're back home here. You can see what everybody's been up to. Is this your room here?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to see anything in particular while we're here?
What beds are in the house?
This one right here. This looks like some master. Looks like a comfortable bed. Is this one yours?
Yeah, it's a queen.
That's a nice bed. And I'll go in the other room. This one over here. That looks like a little water bed. What is that?
No, that's a queen bed as well. What's in the next room over there?
This one's empty.
Nothing. Okay.
Yeah. Was there a bed in there?
There was supposed to be a California king bed in the master bedroom, in our bedroom, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. Yeah.
Which one did Adrian stay in?
The room the room you're facing to your right.
This one here?
And no.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that his or is that yours?
Go up closer. What is that? I can't see it.
Nightstand.
Looks like a nightstand.
The table Sarah's. I don't know what that green thing is. Is there a blue cord connected to the back of it?
Yeah.
That's probably the Wi-Fi box then.
Okay. So you don't want.
What's in the closet? Nothing?
Nothing. It looks empty, bro.
Yeah, that's all. That's Sarah's stuff.
Okay. So, going out here, as you can see, everybody's still in the backyard. Let me go back here to the laundry room. Anything in here?
No. What's the garage look like? Empty?
Yeah.
Well, it looks about the same. It has her car, what it looked like before, and there's like a trailer. And
Oh.
Yeah, her car's here.
I'm just
Where was that duct tape at?
turn the camera to the left of her car.
Over here?
Yeah, there was a bookshelf. Yeah, that's the duct tape roll, I think. Or is that Scotch tape?
It's Scotch tape.
Yeah, no, that's not the right one. No, it wouldn't be on the table. There was a little stand.
Okay. Let me look around for it.
It was a tall bookshelf. It was a tall one.
Okay.
No, she must have gotten rid of it.
Okay.
What's on the side of her car?
This is her car.
Yeah, what's on the side of it?
It says we accept Venmo and PayPal.
Yeah, what's on the other side of like the front? What does that say?
It says love, hope, faith, taxi ride for today.
hey, Stacy, where was the tricycle at?
On top, well, turn the camera around. It was sitting on the boxes right up there.
Okay.
They rearranged all the boxes, so it was literally closer to the trailer on the right side. No. That side of the trailer, but yeah, your left, my right. But it was sitting. They did a lot of rearranging in the garage.
All right.
So how long has she been in custody?
I'm not sure.
Is that why she wasn't answering the last couple nights?
No, I think last night was.
Or last night?
Yeah, they held her. But So question.
Yeah.
On out front or out back here.
Yeah.
Trying to direct these guys, as you can see, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
They've had 3 cadaver dogs have all alerted to the backyard, but they're trying to narrow down the scent. And so any help you have.
So to be 1000% with you, where I've directed you is the last place that I knew. That's literally the place that he was buried. Where that dumpster is, or where that bucket is right there is, I mean, that's in the area where I told you. I wasn't out there when she was burying him, correct, completely.
Okay.
I just had noticed the general vicinity, which is where that bucket, that loader is. That's.
So we came out to this
fence.
See that mark on your fence?
Yeah.
We came out to that point, and we went down. How far did you guys go down?
About 3 foot. Pretty good. Yeah, we're down about 3 foot. Pretty deep.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything. How close was he to the? It's like the box that was out there for sprinkler box. How close was he to the sprinkler box?
He was to the.
It was in the middle of the yard, about where the bucket is.
Oh yeah, it's not there anymore, huh? I mean, he wasn't. He was. I think he was a little bit closer in than the sprinkler. Where was it at? Right there.
Yeah, you can see it out there.
Yeah. No, so it would have been a little closer in. Not like right on the edge of the fence, but.
Okay.
I'm giving you the best I can, guys. Like lots. Sarah hasn't exactly been complete, with obviously being honest with you guys, and I'm trying to give you what I can.
Could it have been over in the corner, Stacy? Over next to Starkey's fence?
It might be. You could check there. All I know is that the place where I saw her start the shoveling was where I pointed you. But tear up the whole yard. I mean, I'm giving you guys what I got. Like I said. Huh?
We don't want to do that unless we have to.
I know, and I don't want you to have to, unless you have to either. But I can only.
Over there in the corner by the fence, huh?
It may be. It could be. All I know is that from the directions that the directions where I gave you, that's where she was starting to dig. So, and Oakley always dug around that same spot, if you noticed, and I think Oakley was onto something. Like, I don't know, Oakley's a pretty smart dog, being a hound, but she always dug in that vicinity, that area, and she really never went around to, a lot of other places in the yard to dig, if you noticed. Like, she was usually stuck to like one area, which is pretty usual for, a hound dog, that's the best I got for you. I wish I could tell you, yeah, it's for sure over to the left. I mean, what I've gotten for sure is from where I told you guys. Trust me, I want him home. I want you guys. I want him to be found.
Yeah, because I've already told Brandy, and that we were over here and what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
So her whole family is just tore up right now. All the kids crying, they're crying.
Yeah.
And I think the sooner we can get this done, the better it's going to be for them.
Yeah. So you said what are they called? The cadaver dogs?
Yes.
Oh, so you said that they were hitting on the backyard though, right?
Yes.
Well, so that's what I like to hear, because that just confines in the information that I'm providing you guys. I'm distraught, I want this, I want this to be done and over with, This family suffered way too long, and, Have you spoke to my mom since yesterday?
No, I've been here the entire time.
Have you? Okay. Well, last night I was just going through a lot of mental stuff, and I told my mom that what I told you guys was a fable, but it wasn't. I was going mentally insane, reversing things in my head, worried about that I told you guys something wrong. But just if you guys talk to her, let her know that, you know, everything I've given you, I mean, the dogs are pointing to it and everything else, you know, so I mean, I've got you guys in the right direction.
Yeah. And Sarah's made comments too, however, hers were that you were the one that did this.
Oh my God. Yeah, I had no. I can't even mow the yard. Do you see me digging a hole that big? I mean, I can barely walk as it is. So I mean, there's no way I have the energy.
Stuff of finding him, that kind of proves that, you know, we can believe you more than we can believe Sarah.
Right. I mean, if that's all the crap she's giving you, you know, it's just that he's the one that dug the hole. But she's not giving you any specifics. I can give you the specifics, but there's no way with my height or my weight and my, you know, I can't even mow the yard. There's no, I mean, I don't have the physical ability.
What the fuck? What's up, voices?
Hi.
What's up, Bitter?
What's up?
What's happening, girls?
Well, go ahead, Lancy.
I just need to be distracted.
Well, we got you here. This motherfucker right here, boy. Who's got the feedback?
I don't have anything on.
Okay.
I'm just by myself in a room.
It went away, so it's okay. It's all good. What do you guys think? What do you think? Did you know this case, baby?
I know it.
I have been really, really in depth watching everything in the world about this lately.
I'm right up on top of this.
Yeah, I know she knows a lot about it because y'all were involved in it when it first came out, right? Both of you.
Yeah. Yeah. This is when and it just pisses me off because he's sitting here acting nonchalant, like it is what it is, la da 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 da. But you know what I mean? And they're over there, the police are over there digging up the backyard. You know, praying they do, but they don't find Monkey. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they do. They want to find him so Brandy, so they can, you know what I'm saying? But they don't. Who wants to find a baby like, you know, a child like that, you know?
Right.
Working their asses off.
They want to bring
in there.
They want to bring him home.
Like,
Right.
Yeah, he's like, what's the car say? What's that say on the car? Why wasn't she answering the phone? I wonder why'd she go to jail? What's going on? How's the dog? You know, like, what the hell? Nobody cares, you know? Nobody cares about shit like that. What are you doing? Like, I just don't understand, you know?
I mean, now I will after I get out of, you know, doing what I'm doing, but you know, but yeah, that's not something I could have done.
Okay, yeah, and as long as we're able to find Michael and that goes hand in hand with what you told us, then I would be led to believe you more than I would be led to believe Sarah.
Yeah.
And so if there's anything that you can help us out with about where to look, what they've done, if there's any specific side of the yard, anything that you may have thought,
yeah, I'll definitely let you guys know. Like I said, all I've got for you is where I pointed you. You know, you could check the corner of the yard. You know, like I said, Sarah, you know, could have done something with it when I wasn't home. You know,
you know, knowing that she knew that I had seen where she was digging, you know, so maybe she just wanted to keep, you know, try to, you know, keep it as a confusion, you know. I mean, she's pretty scandalous like that. So.
Oh, yeah, like this one's not.
Killer said she threw you right under the bus.
No.
When they came through the door with the search warrant, nobody even asked her any questions. She just flat out said.
She just flat out said Stacy did it all?
No, she said Stacy murdered him and buried him.
Oh my God, dude. That is the most, wow, man. That's definitely not what I did. I didn't do any of that. And you're going to find out as soon as you guys locate him. Like I said, I wanted no part in that. None.
Is the duct tape still going to be over his mouth?
It should be.
Okay.
I didn't watch take them off.
Okay.
So you should have everything intact as it was.
How long? Give me an approximate time.
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm.
Oh my God.
I'm 100% without words right now.
I am
TJ
too.
Talks, hold on. Queen, actually, you do understand. I've gotten to know you enough that they're manipulative, circle talk well, frustrates and pisses you off. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It's very fucking irritating. And it's very irritating because I feel like did you just hear what he said? I didn't want to be a part of it. I really didn't want to be a part of all that. So
that's
like
not what I did.
I feel right. I feel like the two guys that were with them are the ones that did that shit. And if anybody dug a hole, it would have been those two, not these two fat fucks that can't, you know what I'm saying? We know him and Sarah are not capable of digging no 3 or 4 foot hole.
No.
I don't think so either.
But with Brandon and that other kid, I can't think of his name.
Lucian.
Yeah,
Adrian Lucian.
those two, yeah, especially if they were high on methamphetamines. Oh, fuck yeah, they could have.
But Lucian, you know, he accuses those other guys of doing, those twins of doing it, which I don't even understand that. They get brought into it. Like, I'm so confused by that. And then Brandon, I kind of thought maybe he didn't have as much to do with it based on JLR's interview with him. But then after his interview that I heard, I mean, the stuff that I heard about him the other night by the tips that were coming in, I'm kind of thinking he has more to do with it. So, whew, I don't know. And then Stacy, since he's been in jail this time, has really apparently been confessing a lot to the girl that he was going to be moving in with after this happened, because she's been taping her phone calls with him. So now I'm kind of like, oh goodness. But he's implicating Brandon a lot in it. So now I'm just not sure. Everybody's pointing a finger at everybody. So, but Sarah's mentally just out there.
Yeah, she is. She's like, my highest power, the highest one, the almighty highest one told me. I'm like, oh my God.
She told her first husband that she had always had the desire to kidnap someone, and that's why he divorced her. That's one of the reasons he divorced her.
Can't say as I blame him there.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's just insane. Who has that thought? Like, oh, well, I think I'll just want to kidnap somebody just to see what it's like.
My God.
That's just a scary thought.
Yeah, and Hold on, let's see here. Somebody says, "How do you think you got? How did God help us all? How do you think? How did they get a hold of the boy to begin with?" Well, I think they snatched him. I think they snatched Michael.
I think
That's
he
what
went
I
out.
think.
I agree. I think he went out to play, and
I think he was headed to the splash pad, and I think Brandon did it, but they can't prove it's Brandon because the photo on that CCTV is from the back. The man that they have on that video is from the back, and they can't prove it's Brandon. That's what I think. But I kind of thought maybe she wanted a child for herself because, that's what I kind of figured from her having all those sexual relationships with all the men in that house. Because isn't she significantly older than Stacy? And I thought maybe she saw her window closing, but I could be wrong because I'm thinking she was like 38. But I could be wrong about that. But why would she kidnap him and then do something to him? But I'm gonna tell you something that really throws me off. Stacy does a phone call with Brandy. You showed it just a moment ago, and she asks him a question, and it trips him up, and he gets off on a tangent of talking about Adrian Lucian, and instead of talking about whatever it was that she asked him about, I think it was about some type of charge he had called, a DV charge, I think. He starts talking about Lucy and being a trafficker. And why would he do that? Like, what would that have to do with the case? Like, I almost feel like maybe they would have picked, maybe that's why they got him. But if they did that, why would they hurt him? Do you know what I'm saying?
well, I mean, I don't want to speculate on that. That's just this poor mom's already got enough people speculating on.
Well, she heard him say it, or I wouldn't have ever said it because she asked
I
him.
know. I watched the
Oh, I
interview.
know. Well, I know. I wasn't saying you didn't. I'm just saying I didn't want anybody to come at me thinking I was just saying that.
No, you're fine. You're all good. It's
I
all
know.
good. I mean, you can talk about it. You can speculate if you want to. She just isn't comfortable, and that's fine. That's totally okay.
I know. I just didn't want anybody else to come at me in the
I mean, there's a
thing.
lot of shit that he just said. There's a whole lot of shit that he just said in that statement. I mean, we can rewind this, talking about duct tape on his mouth, that it's fully intact, that there's a whole lot to pull apart out of that. I mean,
yeah.
But my question about that would be, I mean, if that is truly why they would have wanted him, I don't understand why they would have injured him. So much in my mind just goes about that, and I thought, well, maybe. But my next thought was something else, which was never brought into the case. I even researched it on my own to see if somebody else came up missing around that time, but nobody did. Thinking maybe they had buried somebody else in the yard, but I couldn't find anybody missing. Just thinking maybe something, just in my mind, I was thinking something, but that was just me on my tangent, but on the rabbit hole. But I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just
I
none
can't
of it makes.
believe he just said that there was tape on his mouth and that Sarah may have moved him.
Yeah.
So that means he knew he was in the dirt. That's a totally different story than what he gave the other couple weeks ago.
Yeah, girl. Did you hear Michelle Walks? You might have been on the phone busy or something, but
I was out getting things settled. We got her into hospice house.
Did you? Okay, good. Good deal. Well, I'm glad she's, I guess that's the best place for her at this point, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's right. Well, anyhow, we won't talk about that right now, but let's see here. He basically says, yeah, here, let's see.
And there he has
He says
done all this,
she's
and
pretty
he's asking for a
scandalous.
phone call.
She's pretty scandalous like that. The first thing he says is she's pretty scandalous like that.
The fact that he wants to call his mama makes me want to smack him. Excuse me.
We lost sound.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, the words are moving, but we lost the sound. Robin, that's what I was thinking too. So much detail for someone who's not involved and had nothing to do with it. So much detail.
Hey, Queen.
Yeah, baby. I didn't realize I was muted. What's up?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I didn't want you to hear my Alexa going off. Did you give a rundown of who everybody was and everything? Because I was just
Way
looking
at
at
the
your
beginning,
chat.
yeah.
Okay, never mind then.
Do we need? Are people confused? Is there somebody confused with what's going on?
Yeah, in the chat there was. I mean, obviously I wasn't, but somebody in the chat was. So
Oh, okay.
I just missed it in the beginning. I must have missed the first of it. I must have missed the first of what you were doing. So.
Okay. Okay.
She just flat out said Stacy did it all?
No, she said Stacy murdered him and buried him.
Oh my god, dude. That is the most. Wow, man. That's definitely not what I did. I didn't do any of that. And you're gonna find out as soon as you guys locate him. Like I said, I wanted no part in that. None.
Right there, he says I wanted no part in that. None. So this is Michael Monkey Vaughn. Give me 1 second.
He said that is not even what I did. Well, what did you do, Mr. Wandra? Yes, this is from 2022. I just know that Stacy Wandra is a freaking. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, he just slipped and said it. That isn't even what I did. Well, what did you do?
Okay, did you give a quick rundown? Do you want me to?
I just kind of rebriefed everything that had just been said right there.
Oh, okay. So basically, there's a. Go ahead, Bitter. I'm sorry.
No, you go right ahead, babe.
So we're going over. Okay, so I put the title. This is the similarities in missing Sebastian Rogers and Michael Monkey Vaughn case, and then it says confessions because, of course, what you're watching right now is someone by the name of Stacy Wandra confessing to, well, he's not confessing that he did it. He's confessing that he knows where the body of Michael Vaughn is located, which would be in his backyard per his wife. He's saying that his wife right now, what you're watching is him talking to the police department, who are currently digging up his backyard because he stated that his wife buried this child in their backyard. He is a suspect in the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn, and so is his wife and their 2 roommates. In my opinion, actually, let's see, we'll take it back. In my opinion, I feel like they all know what happened, and they're not telling. They all have different stories. None of their stories match up. They all have there's different parts of their stories that don't really match up.
That's a really good point. None of their stories align with anything. Each one is told a totally different story, and nobody's story overlaps, given they were all together that day.
Right. And that's what Michelle Walks pointed out. She pointed out like the timeline of it. She's like, there's no way. You guys are making shit up right now. Like, there's no way. This is not even possible the way you're trying to, explain it. So, but the similarities in this case was, to me, when Sebastian first went missing, they alerted, they were on it. They had the, people searching, stitching. How are you, baby?
Good. I thought I would join because this case has interested me since it began.
Yeah. So, it's, it's, I don't know. It's really sad the way the way everything's been.
Yeah, it's a lot. I trust the Payette County law enforcement, though. But
and then this is another thing too. He was already in jail on something. Somebody else said something about why. How did he get out? So he was in jail already on another charge when they went in there and was talking to him. When he started talking to them, he said he was pressured. He felt he was pressured by the police to tell them something, so he made this up. Which, all in all, obviously they completely dug up the backyard, and they never found Michael Monkey Vaughn anywhere on the property at all.
But he didn't totally make it up, right? Didn't the dogs?
The dogs did hit on the yard. Yes,
yeah.
They did.
Yes.
So they moved him. Have they lost track of Brandon and the other dude?
Yes.
They found them though.
JLR has a video with Brandon, and Lucian. I don't think he's been on anybody's channel. Or Lucian, however you say his fucking name.
Lucian. Yeah. But they found, I think the police has located them per that PNW, that page you showed. She showed a news conference.
Well, I was gonna say we're gonna play the news conference from 5 months ago, I believe it was.
Oh no, this was like yesterday or the day before.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Would you go do me a favor and go find that link so we can play it?
I know. I will. Okay, thanks. After that interview, he was in jail again. So I don't know what for. I know he was homeless, and his tone.
Who was in jail again?
Stacy's in jail right now.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
So after the interview that Brandy did, that PNW hosted Brandy and Stacy, and they had a conversation. And something that came out of that conversation resulted in Stacy being picked back up. And Stacy's currently incarcerated again.
Yeah, see, I knew he was picked up, but I didn't know if he was still in there or got let out. You know what I mean? Like picked up and let back out.
Well, as we do the timeline, maybe you'll get to that part and we could kind of piece it. I just hold so much high regard for Brandy because she's got a single-minded to find her son.
Yeah, and she knows. I believe she knows in her heart because, like she said, she told Stacy, and she looked at him right in the eye and said, "You're lying to me."
Yeah, My daughter lives about, she's in Boise, so she lives about 40 minutes to an hour from Fruitland. I used to go to Fruitland. I worked for a traveling judge, and back in the early 80s, we went there, and that's where we would hold court. It was just a little burg. It's grown. It has grown so much. I'm just so surprised.
Parole violations. Okay.
I know he was homeless when PNW. Yeah. Anyway,
he got
go ahead.
really shitty and really rude with Brandy, and I just thought that was really shitty of the way of him to be like that towards her.
Now he's different in this interview he does with whoever that lady was on PNW crimes or something like that.
I don't know. That's the same one where she got really shitty. He got really shitty and jumped off the panel.
He did?
Yeah, he got really shitty and jumped right off the panel at the end. We played it.
Oh, well, I know you played one. There's one with Brooks, right? But there's another
No, we
one.
played the one with the PNW or whatever. The
I didn't know he got all pissy.
Yeah, he got off at the end of it. He just jumps off.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that one because I must have been asleep when you guys.
He says, "I gotta go," and then gets off. Well, here, I'll pull it back up.
Oh, you don't have to.
Well, yeah, maybe it's the wrong one. I want to know if there's another one that we didn't see, we'll pull that one up too. But
were you here, Ange? It's the PNW.
No, I've only been here a few minutes before you.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that. Okay, here we'll finish this here.
Yeah.
Is the duct tape still going to be over his mouth?
They should be.
Okay.
I didn't watch to take them off.
Okay.
So you should have everything intact as it was.
How long? Give me an approximate time frame it took her to dig and bury.
I don't know. I'd say probably between a half hour to an hour-ish. I want to say. I mean, I think Adrian was helping her. If I'm right about that. I mean, Adrian's pretty. Brandon wasn't anywhere around that. But I know Adrian's, pretty decent, skinny dude, so his abilities, and he's taller, so his abilities are a little more, spread open, wide open than.
Okay. So, couple of questions. Anything else you want to see in the house while we're here?
I wanted, my fishing poles were still in the garage, but.
You want us to go check?
I mean, if you can, I had like my wallet and stuff like that, and I don't know where any of that stuff is.
Okay, man, let me turn this around.
Thank you guys for calling me and stuff. I'm glad I'm able to help you guys.
Well, you're helping a lot. You're helping us, and we appreciate that very much. Well, let's go to the garage and see where your fishing poles are.
Is that fishing poles? To the right.
Okay, I got this
one.
one.
Other right. There you go. Oh, that's a gas can. Okay, keep going down. Okay, there's one. Yep, that's one of them. Is there only one?
Yeah, there's only one, but.
That's awesome. Yeah, that pisses me off too.
Here's the pump that's open. Did they put him in the trunk?
I would assume they put him on one of the trunks, yeah.
Well, but did they don't assume, don't guess. Remember, we don't want you.
I honestly don't know where he was placed.
Okay.
What is that?
It's a no. Who's Edward Ramsey?
Her dad.
Okay, yeah. And let me see if there's another fishing pole. Scott's not finding it, I'm not finding it.
No.
Yeah, a lot of stuff over here. Whose stuff is all this?
Ed's and K's.
Okay, mostly the parents, huh? Hey, you say there's the shelf here where the duct tape was is gone?
Yeah, it's no longer there.
Okay.
I would point it right out to you guys. I mean, it was the only tallest shelf in there.
Okay. And let me see if there's you don't see any duct tape sticking out, right?
No,
she's got.
Is that a toolbox? No. What is that?
I don't know. I don't want to open it.
Oh no, don't worry about that. That's her sewing stuff.
As Ed Ramsey.
Oh yeah.
Bible. Looks like she ordered boxes of Bibles.
Yeah. She does that. She goes on a rampage of ordering the dollar Bibles.
So this refrigerator, did they use this at any point with Michael?
Not to my knowledge. I know that it was just they only used it for food and stuff.
Yeah, it's got a lot of food in it.
Yeah.
Are the duct tape in any of these?
No, I didn't even see boxes down there. What's under there?
Nothing. Just some light bulbs.
What's the mail on the thing right there?
So this one is property statement. Looks like Faith Taxi, Sarah Wandra International Christian Assembly. This junk mail. And then this is a box for Sarah. And it's more Bibles, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Man, she really went all crazy.
Dude, she's on a Bible fast.
Oh my gosh.
She's gonna bring you to Jesus.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll get there on my own, thanks. Holy shit. That is some crazy stuff. Is there any mail in the house at all for me? Did you guys notice?
I didn't see the mail for these days. Yeah, we didn't see anything
I
for
mean, you guys would have been the first group to get it. Or to seen it. Well, I appreciate you looking.
You keep a journal?
Go in the bedroom. I could probably point it out to you. Our master bedroom. It was
Yeah. We can go out through the garages that I can text. Sorry, we just locked ourselves out.
It happens. What's in the back of her car? Anything?
No, it's empty. No, it's just junk. Anything here belong to Michael Vaughn?
No, lift the black thing up. That black plastic thing lifts up. Is there anything under there? No. No.
Just a phone.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's supposed to be my hazard kit, but
Okay.
I don't really.
In the toy.
Huh?
Do you remember where that went?
The what? The toy?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
We'll go back inside.
What's on the door?
We had to cover the doorbells.
Oh, okay.
We just put a piece of paper on it.
Oh, that makes sense.
So if you see her journal,
Yeah. What's that?
is this it?
That might be one of them. What's to the left of that, or to the right of that? A little bit. You're right, or you're left. Down. No. Well, that works too. We'll go over there in a minute. What's that thing?
That's a computer laptop.
Okay. Well, she never had that before, so I don't know.
That's all new.
Yeah.
And she's got a little notebook thing here.
Say Erica.
Erica.
Yeah, that's her friend in prison. I would go through some of her. Do you have her phone and stuff too?
Yeah, we have her phone, but it's we don't have her journals. So these are the journals.
Yeah. I mean, those are her notepads, her notebooks that she uses. There should be, she has a couple of them. That looks like it's brand new. What's the other one?
This one is empty as well.
Is what?
This is empty as well.
Oh, is it? Okay, let's go to the table to the left of you. You're over there. What's all that?
It looks like envelopes, more Bibles.
Holy.
Yeah, no, look at this, dude. She's got 1, 2 big boxes of Bibles.
Oh my goodness.
Look at all these religious books here.
Yeah. What's all that?
Books for putting bills or something like that.
Yeah, what's in the envelopes? Is it?
I don't know, Scott.
She would store money in them. Usually.
They're empty.
Oh, okay. Well, she made sure not to, is that hey, what's that? Open that drawer again. Oh, look, you found what's that blue thing right there?
Blue thing.
Yeah, straight down.
Do we still have sound? Is everything still going? Okay.
Yeah, it's still going.
Okay.
I honestly was so engrossed.
Yeah, nothing.
I honestly was so engrossed. You made me jump when you said that.
And so he's
sorry about that. I didn't mean to. I
was
know I
like,
got my music playing in the background, but I still have to stop a little bit. You know what I mean? But I don't want to lose,
Well, yeah.
with it. So
yeah, I mean, I was following along and so engrossed, and then when you said that, I jumped right out of my skin. I was like, shit.
And he's retracting all this, saying he was forced. He felt forced to.
This is wild.
What an imagination if he made it all up.
Fuck yeah, it is.
He's told them a story that is indicative with evidential support that they found on their investigation. And then he's completely withdrawn that and said, no, that's not the case at all. I mean, it's gross on what he's doing, the manipulation of it.
Hell, he must need more than everything they have. I don't know. And she's out, right? Is the lady out of jail? Mrs. Wandra, I can't remember her name.
No, I think they're both incarcerated.
Oh, good. But since they're kind of homeless, that's probably beneficial to them, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just glad I never took a taxi from the airport to my daughter's house because he was apparently a Uber or taxi dude. Can't imagine what that car would have smelled like.
Yeah, it was probably gross.
That was rude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you found the notebook drawer. What's that stuff right there?
Yeah, it looks like just some paperwork.
If you guys find anything that has to do with my personal info, my personal who is that from?
It's from her to you.
Oh, which one is that one?
I don't know. It's just this. You wrote this, or no? She wrote.
She wrote that. Yeah.
Somebody did. Love Boo. Is she Boo?
Yeah. Please don't leave. What?
Babe, I need you to be with me. But this was a long time ago.
Yeah, that. I don't really even remember that. But you just found another one.
4/20. April 20.
Oh, is that to me or her? What's the list? That's my signature. I think. Yeah. Yeah. So those are letters I wrote to her when I was in prison. So now I figured those out.
Got it.
But there was a drawer that had a bunch of notebooks in it.
That's the next one now.
Okay.
That one.
Well, let's see what they're. Brand new.
I have a list.
What does that say?
Look, I'm sorry, but I know I'm gonna sound like an asshole, but fuck you. You don't deserve to get to know right now what the fuck those letters say, what's on a piece of paper, what the paper says. I don't give a fuck. We are focused on finding a 5-year-old or 6-year-old little boy that you say is in your backyard with tape over his mouth in your fucking yard that you allegedly watched be buried there.
Yeah.
So I know it's an asshole move to be a fucking bitch like that, but I don't give a fuck when we're there to that, when that's what the fuck the police are focused on, and you're focused on what the fuck this love note says from 2 years ago when you were in prison. I feel like his phone privileges should have been yanked right there. I don't know why Chris McDonough's even feeding into this bullshit.
This is the manipulation.
That's Chris McDonough on the fucking phone. That's who he's talking to. That's it.
And Chris is at his house, and law enforcement's with Chris.
Yes, Chris is with law enforcement while they're digging up the backyard. Chris is on the phone with him. Chris McDonough. I mean, let's get with the fucking program here. You are saying that you watch your wife dig a fucking hole to put a child that one of y'all did something to that nobody wants to admit to doing anything to. And you said he was put in your backyard with tape on his mouth. Are you fucking kidding me? And you give a fuck about a goddamn letter in the fucking kitchen? Fuck you in that letter.
And then he's telling Brandy
on her porch right now while they're doing this, while they're digging up fucking dirt in his fucking yard, and the dogs are hitting on the yard, saying yes, there was potentially a body here. And she's sitting on her porch listening to this shit go on, listening to the excavators. Do you remember that when she turned her fucking phone on and you could hear the excavators in the background of her fucking house while she was sitting there?
Yeah.
Yes,
I remember Betty saying that.
Sick.
You remember?
Sick.
Do you remember Betty doing what she did? And I was sitting on a panel with Brandy.
Certainly did. Yeah. And Brandy.
Yeah, I remember that too. Calling and getting information and trying to hurry up and be the first to put it out. Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
And then he's telling Brandy in that one phone call I was watching that you had on. He was telling her she's slandering him. Yeah, and he's telling her she's slandering him. I'm like, dude, you're slandering yourself. You're the one that said all this.
You're a fucking suspect, you idiot.
Yeah, God. Yeah, I'm glad Betty and Dolly left the state of Idaho.
Oh my God, could you imagine if Hong and them were fucking involved in this bullshit? Oh my God.
No, I'd be sending my daughter over there.
There's no fucking way. There's no way.
I don't think Brandy would have it, except for Brandy wants him found, so she doesn't care. Yeah.
But I mean, they pretty much have their suspects. I mean, they, in my opinion,
yeah,
I feel like they're, like I said, there's a lot more that went on that
we don't know.
Yeah, that's not being talked about. I feel like the police actually have more information than what.
And you know, if he was in the
aware of.
backyard, if so, they send an excavator over there. They buried him in the backyard. There had to have been movement, you know, and then
they said they didn't find him. That they didn't find anything back there. That the dog hit on him, and he said, "Oh well, he was moved anyways. He was moved."
Right, but the ground would have
You mean he was moved? Why would you have them digging up your back fucking yard if you already knew he was moved? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, and then he went on a trip. They went on some road trip. So I would guess he's between that backyard and somewhere along the road trip. I'm pretty sure they were talking about some road trip they took after Michael went missing. Yeah, no.
Wow, I don't know. I'm trying to remember, Stitching. You've got my brain working now.
In the very
I think
beginning.
they were gone. I think they were gone for just a couple of days.
Well, I mean, a couple days, yeah.
I mean, I didn't know how long you were talking about.
Didn't he go to Montana?
To see his parents.
That's what I,
I'm just thinking of all the towns from Fruitland on, you know, the tiny little towns there. There's a mining town, or used to be not a coal mine, Lime. Thinking of Lime, Idaho. There's all kinds of places along that route.
There was also a trip to Texas at some point, but it was only like a day or two. I mean, however long it takes to get there, and however long it takes to get back, and
there's a lot
of
places in between, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. And they also made us stop at some type of water reservoir or something.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that area, so I couldn't tell you if it was in the immediate area or if it took them a day. I don't know.
I know a lot of kids will wander off, and I can't remember. Fruitland must, but at least in Boise and Caldwell, there's a lot of canals that little kids, you know, get into and can't get out of. And a lot of missing kids, that's where they're found. But I'm sure they looked at all that stuff.
Well, in that newest broadcast, that I sent to Queen just a second ago, I only marked the newscast, but within that whole stream, Brandy's in the chat of it, and she said that they are currently doing dives somewhere, but of course she doesn't tell where. I don't even know if she knows where, but
I mean, the Snake River goes all over, and yeah, it's, oh wow.
But the woman on there, like I said, it's a rabbit hole. It's got to do with an RSO, a bunch of RSOs. There's like 12 or 15 registered sex offenders that these people are like really tightly aligned to.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I know Dolly bought Brandy Christmas. I think last year too, or the year before.
They said last year is what I just read a minute ago.
Yeah, I think
somewhere
she did the year before as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't mean this past year. I meant the year before too. Sorry, I didn't say it right. For the past 2 years, it's been purchased. Is what I was trying to say. But there was a question. There was another child that came up deceased that was 6 months old that was kind of somehow aligned within this group of people that is closely aligned to one of the people that's to Brandon.
Oh, I didn't hear any of that. Yeah.
I just heard that on the one that I just sent to Queen. But I just noticed that woman released another video in the last day. I hadn't watched it. I didn't even know it was out. But it has something to do with Stacy. So.
Oh God.
But I'm about to go to I'm fixing to go to the doctor, so I'll listen to it in the car on my way. So, with that, I'm going to bow out, ladies, and I don't know if Queen's on here, but thank you, Queen, for allowing me up, and I'll talk to you people later.
Okay, bye, people.
Bye, people. Well,
see you later, bitter.
Okay, bye.
Big Tim's on his way home too.
I have a list. Yeah, what's the list? That's freaking a welder, a builder? Is that what it said?
See you here in a second. I have a list, a Weber, build up the email list, video leads, this looks like a business plan.
Oh.
Any of these toys that you're seeing in here, or anything that you had mentioned, Michael had a toy that.
Yeah. I don't see it. What's all that stuff there?
Miscellaneous stuff.
Toys. They had kids.
Notebooks, pictures, school stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you check all those notebooks. I mean, those. Do you guys have her purse too?
Well, we're not sure yet. This is the first time we're looking at it.
Her purse, I think, was in the bedroom. If you want to go to the bedroom, the master bedroom.
What will we find in her purse?
I don't know. I mean, stuff that is relative to, could pertain to the case, or I'm just trying to help you guys out with anything,
Yeah, no, anything that would help out Michael.
That closet to your left.
In here?
No, behind you.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, what's in that?
A lot of stuff.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, office medical supplies.
Medical supplies? Let me see what medical supplies.
There's nothing in it.
That's fucking weird. She's never had that before.
Yes, this is all here. It's just weird stuff.
Office and medical supplies, huh?
Yeah, charcoal. Then we're in your room. This is your bed.
Yeah. It's a little blurry. I can't. You gotta lift the camera up a little bit. There you go. She got a Bible, headphones.
Paperwork, mail.
Can you look? Because she has access to. Yep, that one's hers.
Now they're out here digging on this side of the yard.
Okay.
See?
Yep.
Where they're at. Any suggestions?
No, I would just use the backhoe and go by the corner of the fence area. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, that's where they're headed back over here.
Yeah, that's just where I would have them dig.
Would Oakley go over there?
Possibly. She didn't. She didn't really go to. She only stuck usually in one spot.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Michael's back here somewhere?
Doubt. I can't. The last place I knew is where I directed you. So I don't. There's Sarah could have done something.
to draw the what do you call it? To draw confusion, she could have moved him, but I don't know. The last place that I know that he was buried was where I pointed you guys.
In her parents' back.
Yeah.
So that's how did you guys when you came back? Why did you come back here?
What do you mean came back there?
Yeah, I mean, like the next day, like you shared with us that Brandon put him in the guest room, bound up, but then the next day they moved him back here. Why?
That's a great question. I couldn't tell you.
Good God.
I don't have an answer for that.
What vehicle did they use?
She left me with a Lexus, I believe, that day. So I mean, it would have been her vehicle.
Okay.
She didn't take. We didn't take the truck a whole lot of places unless we had gas money for it, because it's not that cheap to run.
Okay. Well, as you can tell, they're doing a pretty extensive job back here.
Yeah.
We're not finding. We've gone down 3 or 4 feet, and we don't want this to reflect on you.
Well, yeah, I know. I don't want it either. Like I said, that's the place that I know that he was being buried. Was that the first place I directed you?
Okay, that's over here. See the orange mark on the fence?
Yeah.
That's where I put the pen down from earlier, buddy.
Yeah.
So should we go to the right of that even further?
I mean, where were the? It just doesn't make sense why he's not. He's not in the area that you guys are digging in.
No, only you hold that key out. We don't, it doesn't make sense. But it doesn't mean he isn't there. It may just mean we haven't found him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it's just bothersome that the first thing Stacy did it. But no. I mean, that's the first sign of somebody that.
It's kind of right here.
Yeah.
Right next to each other.
Yeah.
And we heard about it. And we were like, well, that didn't take long. We can show you the body cam footage of it if you'd like.
No, I believe you. I mean, that's how scandalous she is, though. But I mean, that's the first thing that somebody that's guilty. That's the first thing that somebody would say. Oh, he did it. You see what I'm saying? So that's my point. Is
And then she said you buried him over Carson Yard.
Oh my God, dude, that is so pathetic. I can't even fucking mow a lawn. How am I gonna dig a fucking hole? Fuck. I mean, that's just fucking bullshit.
Hang on. Let me turn something around here for you.
Okay.
If you're there, Queen, can you stop it for a second? Did he say that Michael was in the guest room on the bed, and then they moved him from the bed to the backyard?
That's what I thought I just fucking heard.
Well, that's what I heard as well.
Okay, thanks. I'm just like, it gives me the chills. I'm just like, what the fuck? Then you know that you had something to do with Michael, with Monkey Missing. If he was in your... Did they have children? What are these toys that they're talking about?
Nope, no children. They had a dog.
Oh, maybe that's the toys. I mean, if he was in the house on the bed, then they moved him the next day from the bed to the backyard. Stacy, you're an idiot. You know something. I don't even know how he got out of this, because he would be part and parcel, just knowing,
You hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. I just wanted to make sure my mic was working because my thing was going out. What was you saying now?
I said I'm confused why there's not, if he's part and parcel of this. He was there. He knows that Michael's gone, right? Because Michael's on the bed and they move him to the backyard and bury him. He knows where they're buried.
Oh, this is what he's saying, but he alleges that this is a story. He's okay, so he's trying to say that this is all made up. They actually let him out of jail after this. I mean, after he did all this, after they, it's so fucking irritating, and that's why I get so pissed off, because after they went through all this and he made this alleged confession and they went and dug the backyard up and this and said this and said that, and it's like torturing Brandy. You know what I mean? It's like torture to her. So after she sat and listened to this and watched these guys dig up the shard and hoping to God every day that, you know what I'm saying, her son is there but not there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You want that closure, but of course you don't want it to be him. She is still in hopes that he's alive and that he's going to come home, and so God, how fucking frustrating and irritating would that be to be in her position or be the mother?
I can't imagine.
And then to have this motherfucker he gets out, they let him out because of course, they can't prove shit. Obviously he says that it's like one hell of a troll,
Yeah. They can I guess they need more. They need Michael.
Yeah, the only evidence they have is the dog hit on the backyard and then him saying this. However, there's no dig marks. There's no marks in the backyard. We went through pictures. We went and looked. There was no place that she dug anywhere in the backyard, which is why I can't even believe they entertain this. However, they have to. It's the police department. You know what I mean? So, but to me, I'm like, I can't even believe you guys fucking this. I would have said, no, you're a fucking liar. There's no fresh dig marks. There's no holes. There's no, there was no place for you to do this. And there was no excavator. You weren't getting anything back there because they had to take the whole damn fucking fence down just to get the excavator back there.
I remember that.
Yeah. Matter of fact, that's what I was doing, was pulling it up, and then my mic went out. So let me go grab this. I pulled this up because it's you can see, look at this. And it shows them digging the backyard up in this. Yeah, right here. Here it is. So it basically, look at this shit. And her parents live around the corner. Remember, it was my first field trip. It was my first field trip with you guys doing this house. Yeah.
I remember that.
Yes, this is our very first field trip, was going and looking from this house to the parents' house around the corner.
Just kind of shutting off the area to any through traffic. You can see that white fence that has been taken down for excavation. Now, yesterday they told us they were excavating the entire yard. That was their plan, and that they also planned on digging 3 to 4 feet deep. Now, like I said earlier, they obtained a search warrant recently, started working Friday night. Police Chief Huff said that they're taking the dirt off site to a location to be processed. As far as what led them to this home, though, this home is about 4 minutes away from the Vaughn family home. It was what was called, quote, a very credible tip. That is what Huff told us. And then he later confirmed today that tip came from someone inside of the house. So that is the most recent information about this credible tip that we have about what led police and law enforcement here to excavate the backyard of this home. Now, like Alex mentioned, this investigation has many moving parts, but the police chief did say that their main goal is to, of course, recover Michael and help bring some closure to this grieving community and, of course, the Vaughn family home. Now, just to reiterate, we don't have any confirmation. Police have not told us if they have found Michael or his remains. We will, of course, keep you all updated on that, but they will be back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 9:30 with some different equipment. So that is some new information. They really have been using heavy equipment, backhoes, and dump trucks. Now, Huff confirmed that tomorrow they will be bringing in some more lighter equipment, some fine-tuned equipment, if you will. That was the words that he used specifically. So, Doug.
Abby, thank you very much. That'll be day 4 of excavating at that home in Fruitland. Abby, thank you.
See, 4 fucking days of that. 4 days of that. That's expensive as hell to just run that excavator for 4 fucking days. All for nothing to be there, just for him to be lying because he says, "Oh well, I was pressured." No, the fuck you weren't. You sat there just goddamn fine, running your fucking mouth, and then you wanted to after you did that, you wanted him to go check the fucking mail and look at this and look at that and what the car say and what this say. And I can't even believe Chris McDonough even fed into that shit.
Yeah,
that's irritating too.
Athena, you lived out there during this time. That I have to tell you, Fruitland's grown. Yeah, I can't believe what I'm seeing. It used to be fields.
Well, hold on, I gotta rewind this. I don't know if it doesn't. I don't know. Don't you know it doesn't make sense, but it doesn't mean he isn't there. So I gotta go back for a second.
Her vehicle. Okay. She didn't take. We didn't take the truck a whole lot of places unless we had gas money for it.
Well, how'd you get him in the car? That's what the fuck we need to know.
Yeah.
Which one of you motherfuckers got out and got him in the car, you little assholes?
I remember Just Samantha. I mean, I agree with Just Samantha. He wasn't in that yard. I mean, maybe to play. Maybe he was in the backyard playing, and then they took a trip.
Because it's not that cheap to run.
Okay. Well, as you can tell, they're doing a pretty extensive job back here.
Yeah.
You know, we're not finding that. We've gone down 3 or 4 feet. And we don't want this to reflect on you.
But yeah, I know. I don't want it either. Like I said, that's the place that I know that he was being buried. Was that the first place I directed you?
Okay, that's over here. See the orange mark on your fence?
Yeah.
That's where I put the pen down from earlier, buddy.
Yeah.
So should we go to the right of that even further?
I mean, where were the? It just doesn't make sense why he's not. You know, he's not in the area that you guys are digging in.
No, we had, only you hold that key out. We don't, it doesn't make sense. But it doesn't mean he isn't there. It may just mean we haven't found him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, it's just bothersome that the first thing Sarah comes, Stacy did it. Like, oh no. I mean, that's the first sign of somebody that.
Just kind of right here.
Yeah.
Right next to each other.
Yeah.
And we heard about it. And we were like, well, that didn't take long. We can show you the body cam footage of it if you'd like.
No, I believe you. I mean, that's how scandalous she is, though. But I mean, that's the first thing that somebody that's guilty. That's the first thing that somebody would say. Oh, he did it. You see what I'm saying? So that's my point. Is
And then she said you buried him over Carson's yard.
Oh my God, dude, that is so pathetic. I can't even fucking mow a lawn. How am I gonna dig a fucking hole? Fuck. I mean, that's just fucking bullshit.
Hang on. Let me turn something around here for you.
Okay.
They're finding that rag thing. Does that mean anything?
I don't know.
Okay. But no, finish your thought, buddy.
What is that? Is that a shirt or a rag?
It looks like a rag.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
See the dog, how he's reacting to it?
Where's the dog? Oh, right there.
On the ground, yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Everybody's here. The news is here. Everybody's here. It's crazy.
Is my name gonna be on the news?
No, they don't know who you are right now.
Okay.
No.
I just don't want to be like.
This is a huge problem. I mean, you can imagine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, this is like international news because, we have to find Michael. And, the good part there is you've been cooperative and help guiding us through this. So
here's my question for you.
Without his body, right?
What's that?
We don't want to leave here without his body, and your cooperation in helping us do that has been all much appreciated, very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what do they see?
I don't know. They're just communicating to each other.
Oh.
But what were you going to say? Here's what?
No, here's the question I have is so like I said, my knowledge of where Michael was in our backyard. But then Sarah pointed out, well, he buried him in Carson's yard. Clearly you guys know that I'm not capable of digging a hole. Is there any way that, any thoughts that you guys have that if that's the first thing she said, that seems kind of fucking a little bit awkward.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about it, and we agree with you, but what's interesting about it also, this was probably, Scott, what do you think? This is probably the deal she was going to go for. And like we told you up front,
she was going to roll.
We showed up with a search warrant for murder to search the backyard, and it wasn't 10 seconds. It was Stacy did it. He killed and murdered the boy, or whatever the verbiage is. I wasn't there, but it's on body camera, and automatically, you're the guy. Just as we predicted.
Yeah, you guys have met me. You guys have worked with me. I've been working with you guys. As big of a person as I was, do I really seem like that type of person that could do all this myself? Even if I
we don't think you could have done this whole thing.
No.
No way.
Not at all. There's no way. I would check.
That's why the cool part that's going to be here when we do find him back here, you're the one.
Oh, I couldn't wait to get back over here and stop this real quick. Did you just hear the way he did that? He said, like he was like panicking. He knew he was getting blamed. Like I could just hear. I gotta turn it down.
You guys, Did you hear him right there?
Did you hear it right there?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He starts breathing
Hyperventilating
real heavy.
almost.
He's like, do you really think that? He starts fucking panicking.
Well, he should, since he saw them digging a hole in the backyard, because he's aware of it. So
well, he's the one that told him the body was there. He's the reason why they're digging. But he just sounds like he can't. Like he starts. It's almost like he goes into like he has a panic attack. Like you can hear it.
Yeah, he's got hyperventilation.
Chris McDonough says, "Yeah, automatically. You're the guy." Just as, and he says, "You're the guy." Just as we know, and he starts breathing crazy.
Yeah, and he's like worried about his.
You guys have met me. You guys have worked with me. I've been working with you guys. As big of a person as I was, do I really seem like that type of person that could do all this myself? Even if I
we don't think you could have done this whole thing.
No
way.
Not at all. There's no way. I would check.
That's why the cool part that's going to be here when we do find him back here, you're the one that brought us here.
Yeah.
And so that's why we don't want to leave here.
Yeah.
Unless we have Michael.
Yeah.
Because that solidifies your statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we've been honest with you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, we haven't, coerced you or, persuaded you to tell. We've just asked for, what's the one thing we've only asked for?
Tell the truth.
The truth. That's it. That's all. And here we are again at your house asking you, and you're being helpful. And it all, it's all recorded.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
No questions that anybody is doing anything, that shouldn't be done. So there's a lot of grass being moved here. Do you think her family's, what's her mom and dad going to say? They haven't even shown up. Any reason why you would think that?
That's very, very unusual of them.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad, her dad is like always trying to like be a part of something or always wanting to be, he always wants to see what's going on. So that's a very unusual act for them, just so you know. Her mom is always over at the house. Always.
Right.
So that's unusual.
You think they know?
I'm sure Sarah's told them. I'm sure Sarah and her mom have had a lot of secretive conversations. And she doesn't like to have conversations like that with when her dad's around. So she waits until she can get her mom, alone.
Here, we're going to show you what's going on out here.
Okay.
You see the dog?
Yes.
Working?
Yep. Why do they call it abracadabra dog? Because of the color or
human scent.
Oh. So how do you tell when he hits or not? What is the sign?
The handler does. I don't know. We'll find out here because see the handler?
Is that the handler to the left? The ball cap?
Yeah, with the ball cap.
So he's sticking around at one spot.
Is that where Oakley used to go?
Oakley didn't ever dig over that side of the yard. It was close to the house. I mean, Oakley peed and pooped around the area, but you guys dug all that up.
Yeah. You're 10,000 million% positive he was back here in this backyard.
Yes. I mean, that's where Sarah had buried him.
Is there any reason why because you will be asked why you would lie about that?
No, there wouldn't be any reason I would ever lie about that. That, to my knowledge, that's where he was buried at.
Okay. And you mentioned to your mom, you said you called your mom and you lied. Did you lie to her again, Stacy?
No. I was in tears, and I hadn't gotten any sleep, and so I literally, at the time I was with my mom, I was mind fucking myself because mentally I was fucking with my head because I was so exhausted. But I'm gonna call her back and so she can know that everything is accurate what I told you guys.
Yeah.
She knows, like, I mean, she knows that I'm working with you guys and doing what I can to assist you guys in the search of Michael. So, trust me. I mean, I'm probably the only person you have right now that's helping you. So, I mean,
we haven't talked to anybody else other than you.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew what Sarah was going to do.
Oh yeah, she did it too. 10 seconds.
Yeah, she's going to do it even further. We'll give you that heads up.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, I mean, that's just how it goes. All right, so we're still searching. You're
Okay.
saying still go over.
I would say, I mean, the area where I pointed you was, yeah, right around there was where they were digging. But again, Sarah made a comment about, he was buried in Carson's yard. So if that dog is hitting human scent around that area, I mean, I would honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Sarah was scandalous and went and reburied him. Just because
she did. I don't know if she has that capacity to do.
I don't know either.
You know,
I don't know.
She's a big girl.
Yeah, she's not small.
But it takes a lot of physical
strength
to dig a hole.
Yeah.
So I'm still going with your first comment.
Yeah.
That it's out there, over there.
I mean, the dog. It looks like the dog keeps hitting in the area of the house, that area where they're digging.
Yeah, the dog is definitely going back over to that corner. So, man, hang on. I'm not getting any younger. Sorry.
You need a tissue for your issue?
No, I have a little. You know how you get sleep?
Yeah.
It hit my. Sorry about that. I apologize.
You haven't slept yet?
Buddy?
You haven't slept yet? You've been there all day, huh?
Oh, we've been here since last night.
Holy shit.
So, and here is the crawl space in your bathroom. Did they put him in this crawl space by chance?
I have no idea. I know that the only reason I ever opened it was to put that Savage box in there. What is that stuff in there? Huh? The what?
The stuff, the biscuit they put on the bottom of the house.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what if you put the dog down there and see if there's, I mean.
They did.
Oh, did they?
Dog didn't alert.
Yeah, I don't know what to say on that.
Could he be under there?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I don't think so. It's different than
No, I'm sorry. No. Where I saw them dig was outside where I pointed you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any of this stuff belong to Adrian? Your cats.
Hey, little bitty. Hey, little bit. Hey, baby girl. I'm sorry, baby girl.
There's one of your kitties.
Miss her.
How about that? So we can visit here at home.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We appreciate your help, no doubt. All right, bud. Well, we're going to sign off here for a minute, and can we reach back out if needed?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the guys are going to be here, but
yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, he said he'll be here.
Yep, so we'll reconnect, okay, bud, if we need it.
Okay, thank you guys.
But you're still saying stay to either the right
or
of that mark that you gave us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Take it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
He's so fucking manipulative.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, yes. Yep. And then he comes on here after he gets out and does about 15 interviews.
Yep. But he was so worried about being on the news.
Yeah. He did not want to be on the news. Here is where Sarah went to court. This is when she kept saying the highest God. I'm pretty sure this is when she says it.
Oh, the Most High, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think these are the only ones there in the courtroom.
Sarah Wandra.
Excuse me, Your Honor, do you need me for anything else today?
I do not think so. No, thank you very much for your help.
All right, you're welcome.
Are you Sarah Wandra? Ma'am, can you hear me? I need you to move in a little closer to the mic. I'm unable to hear you.
No, I'm Stacy Wandra.
Okay. You're Stacy Wandra?
Yeah, I'm Sarah Wandra, sorry.
You're Sarah Wandra. Okay, thank you. Ms. Wandra, in this case, which is CR 38221769, you are charged with having violated the law in one count. It is alleged that you did on or about the 12th day of November of this year here in the state of Idaho fail to notify the coroner of a death, the death of Michael Vaughn, with the intent to prevent the discovery of the manner of death. That is a felony here in the state of Idaho. Do you understand the allegation that's been made against you?
I understand what they've said is not correct.
All right. You have a number of rights when you are charged with a crime. The deputies typically hand out a document that describe those rights in detail. Did you receive a document like that?
They're giving me documents right now.
All right. So in a criminal case, ma'am, you have the right to remain silent as it relates to the underlying charges. You have the right to require the state to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to cross-examine and confront the evidence the state may put on in an effort to prove its case, the right to testify in your own defense if you wish to, the right to use subpoenas to bring witnesses and evidence to the trial as you may determine to be appropriate, and the right to be represented by an attorney at all stages of these proceedings. Do you understand that you have those rights?
I have those rights, but I don't have any to be silent. I did nothing wrong.
All right, well, so I'm going to remind you that you have the right to remain silent. I'm not going to say anything to you or ask you any questions that are designed to get you to speak about or encourage you to speak about the underlying events. Everyone who gives up that right and does speak about the case or make any statement at all about it, of course, those can be used against you. So I'll remind you of that. As it relates to your right to an attorney, do you intend to ask me to appoint an attorney at public expense? Do you intend to hire your own counsel or represent yourself in this case?
Represent myself? No, get an attorney.
Okay. Do you want me to appoint an attorney to help you at county expense?
I'd appoint one.
All right, let me have you raise your right hand to be sworn so I can ask you some questions to be sure you qualify. You solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give me will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wandra, what is your current physical address?
1102 Burton Street, Portland, Idaho, 82619.
And current telephone number? No, scratch that. I'm not going to ask you about that right now. Who is your current employer?
I am for myself, self-employed, taxi driver.
And what is your typical income in a week?
I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't know the exact amount. I haven't been doing many tax drives lately.
More or less than $500 a week?
Probably more than 500. I haven't been doing anything.
So are you working at all right now?
Well, obviously not if I'm in jail, but I only work day to day.
Right. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what your typical income is. Obviously, when a person's in custody, they can't generate income.
I don't know my exact income.
All right. Do you own any land or buildings anywhere?
I don't own land or buildings.
How much money do you have in the bank or cash on hand?
I think I have some change in my purse.
Do you own any personal property worth more than $1,000?
I gave everything to the most I got, but I am car, partially car. I also don't own the whole thing.
Meaning you owe money against it to someone?
No, I have owned it with my dad.
I see. All right, I do find you qualify for the appointment of an attorney. I'm going to appoint in this case Ms. Jolene Maloney. I did review an affidavit of probable cause in this case and do, for purposes of this appearance, find probable cause. What's the state's position, if any, on Vaughn?
Your Honor, the state is asking for a relatively high bond. Obviously, there are implications associated with this charge. And this is the young boy that we're talking about has been missing for a year and a half. And so, it should be noted that Ms. Wandra is on pretrial release for federal gun charges for felon in possession of a firearm. And so, and while that would have happened after Michael Vaughn initially disappeared, I think it shows that she's a danger to the community, and she fails to abide by the social norms that we all expect. That there are obviously very serious implications in her being aware of his whereabouts this whole time. So the state's asking for a $1 million bond.
Ms. Maloney, what presentation would you like to make?
Your Honor, I recognize these are serious allegations. I would ask that the court consider the charges as they presently are and how they are articulated within the probable cause affidavit and the absence of certain facts which may create issues with probable cause. I recognize that the court may have some concern regarding release. At this time, however, I would ask that the court consider any electronic monitoring in lieu or in conjunction with a lower bond, less than $1 million. $1 million.
All right, in this case, the court, as it does in all cases, of course, takes into account Idle Criminal 46 and the factors set forth there, specifically problematic as it relates to a release conditions or on Ms. Wandra's own recognizance or her criminal history, which the court was provided as part of the probable cause affidavit, the possibility of violations of law, were she to be released, and the inability to necessarily manage those effectively with restrictions on her release. The nature of her criminal history certainly would bring her character and reputation into question or disrepute. Unfortunately, taking those factors into account, the court will set bond in this case in the amount of $500,000. Should that bond be posted, Ms. Wandra must immediately sign up to pretrial release services to be monitored. She must be fitted with a GPS tracking device prior to her release from custody. She must not commit crimes pending the resolution of this case. She must not leave the state of Idaho. She must remain sober. Maintain contact with her attorney, attend all of her court hearings, sign a waiver of extradition, and sign up to pretrial release before leaving, otherwise the Fayette County Courthouse complex. I'm going to set this for a status conference and review hearing on the 21st and 22nd of November. The status conference will be at 10 a.m. on the 21st and the preliminary hearing at 9 a.m. on the 22nd.
Your Honor, prior to the court recessing, we would take up a procedural issue.
Yes, I did receive, in this case, a motion, so it wasn't even filed yet. My clerk just handed to me a motion to seal at least the affidavit of probable cause, as I understand. Is that right, Mr. Duke?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Does the defense object to taking that up now?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Duke.
Your Honor, the state's requesting that the probable cause affidavit be sealed. Obviously, this is a high-profile case, and there are privacy concerns as well as jury trial concerns should the details within the PC affidavit be released. And in addition to those articulated in the motion, there is still an ongoing investigation, and so we worry about the impact that releasing certain details in the PC affidavit would have on the investigation. So we respectfully request that the court seal the PC affidavit, at least temporarily, until we can have more time to flesh out those matters. Thank you.
Ms. Maloney, what response do you have, if any, if you have an objection at all, I suppose?
Your Honor, defense joins the motion, and I think it's appropriate pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, little I, 2, big E, that this could jeopardize future proceedings given the public nature of this case at this time. So I would ask that the court grant the state's motion.
All right, I've reviewed Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, I, and the authority that courts have to exercise discretion in the sealing or not of court documents. And I am going to seal the affidavit of probable cause and the investigative reports attached thereto pursuant to the motion, specifically taking into account subpart 2E and the preservation of right to a fair trial. The court is aware of the intense public interest in this matter and how publication of the details of this case may interfere with the ability to panel a jury and receive a fair trial in the case. In addition, but less focus, I suppose, to the court, there are some risks of harm to persons should that information be publicly available. And so in the circumstances of this case, the interest in privacy predominates over public disclosure, as is set forth in subpart I-1. I'll ask you, Mr. Duke, to prepare an order detailing those findings as required by the rule and sealing the case. Of course, this is something that's subject to being revisited should that be determined to be appropriate or necessary. So the order will last until it's revisited by this court or some other court. Do you have any questions about that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else to take up today from either of you?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess.
Thanks, guys.
So that's where we're at. What do y'all
think? What happened with her? Did they do a trial? Did the charges get dismissed? But what she's still in jail for?
Yeah, charges are dismissed. She's in jail. I believe she's. I believe moved her to a mental health facility. Actually,
yeah.
I don't know. Matter of fact, there's an update that they just did, which is not even on. Here, let me go see the last update that they did.
I want to give you a heads up. When my cousin gets here, I'll have to hop down. But I just wanted to give you a heads up.
That's okay. You don't have to tell me all that. It's okay.
Well, if I just drop off, that way you know where I went.
Yeah, I know you're busy. It's okay. You know, if you drop, it's okay. I know you got stuff going on. You know, it's all good. It's all good, baby. This I don't know. Montana had the link in here. Let me go see if she's got it real quick.
I think Indy posted something too.
In the chat?
Is Indy in the chat? Oh. I don't know if she put it in.
I don't know. You said she posted something, so I didn't know if it was in the chat.
A video.
What's up, baby?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Who's triggered Texas Blue Bonnet? What's the matter? Yeah, we
She's
can hear you,
typing in.
baby. What's going on? Huh? I must be lagging or something. I don't know what's going on, but.
Oh, can you hear me okay now, Queen?
Yeah, I can hear you, baby. I could hear you before, but I was saying, I was asking Stitching something, and I don't know if she just wasn't hearing me or if I was lagging, or maybe she is. I'm not sure.
No, I was saying that Texas Blue Bonnet was typing in caps, and somebody was having a fit about it. Is all. No biggie.
Oh, okay. I thought she meant us, from the us up here. Go ahead, just Samantha. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. What's up?
No, it's okay. So watching Stacy, he's the boy, right? I don't want to mess their names up.
Yep, Sarah's the girl.
Like he was being the helper, where he's like, oh, I better tell them this, and he's prolonging it. I didn't trust anything that he said. Like, I truly feel he knew that there was no body in the yard at the time that they were digging. Whether it was there previously for a short time or not, I'm not sure. But like there's always the helper, but he's also a liar. He's embellishing stories. And then you have Sarah, who's in the institution, or I do feel like she maybe for real is mentally delayed or has some intellectual disabilities, but knows right from wrong. So she's not going to be credible either. Like you have this mishmash of these 4 random people that I don't think are ever going to talk unless usually one will turn over if they're caught, and then they need to use this as leverage, or if they find the body, unfortunately. Do we know where is the other 2? And does anybody know if like what they were saying happened or what they told the police during the interviews?
I don't think we have the interviews with Lucian and the other guy.
Well, JLR did one with Brandon, and he was in. Let me see. I believe he said. I want to say Idaho or in something like that. He was in a different state. I know that. Might have been Indiana. Hold on, let me go grab this link.
Sorry, guys. I come up and I tend to spit out all my thoughts at once versus breaking it down so I can get your opinions on each. So I apologize.
No, you're fine. I wanted to go to Montana and ask her where she got that link. She was posting something. It said it was an update. And I have the link. If you're in here, Montana, will you go send me the link real fast and I will play it? It's updated from like 3 or 4 months ago, I guess.
And then Indy said she emailed you something.
Was this the same one, baby?
I don't know.
I think it might be the same one. Yeah.
It was
okay.
The one
So Indy's got it right.
10.
Yeah. So Indy's got it. Here it is. Coming through, clutch, baby. Let's see here. So this says let's see. It's been a daily operation. Fruitland police working tirelessly in the Michael Vaughn case. The then 5-year-old went missing from his Fruitland home in July 2021. And there's a video update too. So here's this. Let's see. Yes, we got a commercial here. All right.
This case weighed on you in the last several years?
I can't really explain that in words,
The Fruitland Police Department wants Idahoans to know it hasn't stopped looking for Michael Vaughn, the then from his home in July of 2021. Abby Davis has been following this story, and Abby, the chief, says they're still sifting through tips and conducting searches.
Jude, he's 4-year anniversary of Michael's disappearance approaches.
This is one of the worst case scenarios for any small city.
The
disappearance.
Very inquisitive. Loves seeing stars.
Brandy Neal's second youngest.
He wants answers to everything. He wants to know how everything works.
Neal wears reminders of him as she tries to make sense of what happened. Phone call flunkies forever changed their lives in July 2021.
He was frantic and told me he couldn't find Michael.
I'd just gotten home from work. And
It's a day Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff will never forget either.
I received a phone call from my captain. He just explained that we had a missing child.
Huff says it soon became clear this case was different.
In those places where we would commonly see or find those children that were, lost for a little while, all of those areas have been checked, and Michael was not there.
Yep.
We started looking at it from the criminal.
Melds together, just searching the question, the worry. It felt like the whole world just stopped. And then kept going.
Huff says they've never stopped digging. The last major breakthrough in the case was more than 2 years ago. Crews dug up suspects Stacy and Sarah Wandra's backyard that sits just a few blocks from Michael's home. Police say they had credible information from someone living in the Wandra's house. The young boy's body was there. Cadaver detection dogs alerted to human remains, but none were found.
You said that you guys believe he was buried in the Wandra's backyard and then potentially moved elsewhere. Is that still the case?
That's still my belief.
Those are still suspects. So are Adrian Leah and Brandon Shurtleff, who lived with the couple at their Red Wing Street house.
Were you involved in the disappearance of Michael Vaughn?
No.
In an interview with KTVB last year, Stacy said he didn't know about Michael's abduction or where the little boy is today.
I have no reason to hide anything from anybody. I'm not that type of person.
Stacy has been in and out of custody for a couple of years after pleading guilty to an unrelated gun crime, then violating conditions of his supervised release. Sarah is in prison until at least 2026 on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and destruction, alteration, or concealment of evidence unrelated to Michael's disappearance. Huff says he knows where Lucien and Shurtleff are, but wouldn't elaborate further on any of the suspects since it's an active investigation. He says he's confident the right people will one day be held accountable.
It's been said in the past that, no body, no crime. I tell you that I don't believe that holds water. The reason I say that is because with the volumes of circumstantial evidence that you can obtain.
We need that one piece, that one little piece to tell us where Michael is.
Do you have hope that they'll bring Michael home?
Yes. One way or another.
Huff believes there are people out there that know what happened to Michael or have information about his disappearance. The chief urges them to call or text this number with any tips, 208-343-COPS. You can also send an email, findmichael@fruitland.org. Jude.
Yeah, Abby, this tragedy has gripped the whole town of Fruitland. Whenever you drive through, you see all those signs and people looking for answers and closure.
Yeah, just devastating.
He's so precious.
That's their newest update. It was 4 or 5 months ago.
Wow.
Criminals always think they're the smartest ones in the room. And I think that that's what they believe. No body, no case. And unless, like I said, one is really forced and has to use it as leverage, it's really unfortunate. I don't want to be a negative Nelly, but I don't see them talking. I really don't.
I don't either. What's up, Tim?
How you doing?
I agree. I'm glad that the detective or the head guy there is thinking that he was there and that he got moved. I think he's thinking along the line somewhere between Idaho and their little road trip.
Yeah, I think that's why he was basically playing games. I feel like Mr. Stacy Wandra.
Yeah.
I think that was his main goal, was to play little games with them, and oh, I'm so smart, and he's going on these interviews and it's feeding his ego, and hopefully eventually he slips. But that piece of shit, I'm pretty sure he knows something.
I don't know if he did anything, but I know he knows a lot more than what he's stating. You know?
Yeah. Because they're all weird. They all know something.
That's what I think, Stitching. It's like a mismatch of the most randomest 4 people that you put together. And then when they're all pointing the fingers at each other and telling all different stories, who do you believe? How do you put these people on the stand and who's credible?
That's the problem. Like
Yeah.
none of them are credible. You got one lady that looks like she's in a like out of it. You got another guy who's, you know, is fucking
All the misfits of Idaho were in that house.
Yeah, and listen, this right here, that's like the first 2 or 3 minutes explains a lot right here. This, I'm gonna play this real quick. It explains like right away, right off the top, what's going on. And it's on Michael Monkey Vaughn page. I'll start sharing the link to it too as well.
The search for Michael Vaughn continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old. The search for Michael Vaughn continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughn. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughn's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughn could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wandra's home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughn were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wandra's residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed.
Evidence suggests that there are the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughn. Sarah Wandra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Sarah Wandra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. And Stacy Wandra, 30 years old, a male. Stacy was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacy has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughn. Brandon Shirtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacy Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Adrian Lucian, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah and Stacy Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
I think that's very informative information right there.
Yeah.
What I find interesting, because there has to be a lot of circumstantial evidence to basically get that woman charged with like not reporting the death of a someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That makes me wonder, like, what tip did they get? What information? What there is there evidence on that charge, and what circumstantial evidence they have? Of course, we're not going to find that out until a trial, but makes me wonder, like what was that? You know what I mean? Is it just a statement? Is it just a testimony from Mr. Wandra, or is it what? You know what I mean? Just
yeah.
That's the thing I'm wondering about.
That's what I think, Tim. Maybe it was just his statement, and that's why the charges were dropped, because they didn't have anything else to go on to hold her.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder. Hopefully, eventually, someone comes forward with information and actually solves it. The interesting part is, I found it. Why was Chris McDonough allowed to basically interrogate a suspect?
I don't know, but he was with the cops, and I think Brandy wanted him there.
Okay. No, that's kind of unusual. I mean, I know he's former police officer. Maybe they wanted to lower his guard down, get him comfortable or something.
Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of unusual because, all intents and purposes, he's a civilian. So it's like you're gonna have a civilian, interrogate a potential suspect of a child kidnapping and murder.
Yeah.
It was a little odd, but okay. Besides that, Chris was with the cold case. Yeah, but the cold case foundation doesn't make you a cop. You kept my kid. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little unusual.
And I guess the cops would have gone through all of the vehicles, even before and after the road trip. If they put him in the trunk or wherever they put him, there should be something there,
Here's JLR. He did this interview with Brandon, which is the one that he's one of the suspects there. And watch how this guy acts. Okay, so we've seen Stacy, right?
Right.
So we've got a feel for Stacy. Now here's Brandon. This is the other one, and I think this one, in my opinion, I believe him in that Lucian or whatever the hell that kid's last name is. Yeah, I believe if anybody, in my opinion, I think these two are involved.
Yeah, well, they were all together.
Investigates. I am covering the Michael Vaughn case out of Fruitland, Idaho. 6-year-old Michael Vaughn. He's been missing since July 27th, 2021. Where is Michael Vaughn? Now, I have an exclusive interview I want to share with everyone on a conversation that I had with Brandon Shirtliff. Brandon Shirtliff, he was with Stacy and Sarah Wandra on the day Michael Vaughn went missing. And he shares a lot. I'm going to share the entire video right now, unedited, uncut, full interview that I had with him. And then we will discuss afterward. You need to watch this. He shares vital information about the Michael Vaughn case. Check it out.
Okay, now thank you for talking to me. Thank you. I respect that, considering that I put a video out on you sharing what's going on. But as you know, I never said you were suspect. I just said that you were there in the mix. So this is very important because a lot of people are following the Michael Vaughn case, and people just want answers. People want Michael found. They want insight on the Wanderers. They want to know everything. So, can you just explain what's going on here?
What's that?
Can you explain what's going on? Like what happened? What went down? What's up?
Yeah, the people that I used to stay with sometimes on the weekend and drive taxi for or whatever, they're involved in some big shit about. They're saying they know more about the Michael Vaughn case and everything like that. And I heard that they're saying that they actually killed him themselves.
Now, who said that?
I think the detectives told me that that's what Stacy and Sarah said themselves, is that they did it or they were involved in it or they know who did.
Interesting. Do you know any names or these people? Who are they?
One of the people that went to their house before was Tanner Butler. I just looked at my Facebook page now, and his name's Tanner Butler. He was staying there with me and Stacy and Sarah at the time. Like all four of us were roommates.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
And then I guess the whole thing on how this started was the fact that Sarah, like, kind of threatened him or like told him, get out of my house and don't come here no more because you were drinking. And I don't want you to be a bad influence on my poor little husband, Stacy, blah, blah, blah.
So yeah. And that was the incident earlier this year, April, around the beginning of April, right? They got arrested?
Correct.
Who got arrested?
Sarah did. Sarah Wandra. And then Stacy, okay, so Stacy got arrested first.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, Sarah got arrested not long after. And that was all over guns. It was all over a .17 caliber, some kind of little gun they had.
Yeah, I saw the reports and I saw that I read the indictment of Stacy, and he was trying to sell a gun. I think it's the gun you just described, to a gun shop out in New Plymouth.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So, but you're saying Sarah got in a fight with this Tanner guy around the same time in her house.
Right after he went to give that gun to somebody else, then that is when he went and tried to sell the gun to that gunsmith guy. And then right after that, Sarah was arrested for threatening that other roommate kid with a Glock or a gun or some shit that they weren't even supposed to have.
So it was all over Tanner drinking in the house.
Yes.
It's interesting that you say that because I've observed posts from Sarah, that she would make in her taxi group. She had a group called Faith Taxi, right? And she would make posts saying, I am not going to pick up anyone and deliver them to buy drugs or alcohol. I forbid that. I don't do drugs and alcohol. I don't want to be around drugs and alcohol. Something in that sense.
Yes, sir.
So, maybe, she's just didn't want alcohol in the house. How long was Tanner staying there for?
He was staying there for I'd say we had a relationship for 2 or 3 months off and on, where he'd just kind of come in, and then they gave him a taxi ride one day, and then they said that he could come and kind of stay with them at nighttime a little bit so he could get a job in the day. And they're just trying to help him, give him a place to stay at night so he could work in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, get back on his feet, and then he's going to go back to his parents or whatever.
Interesting. So how long were you there at the house for?
I probably knew him for 2 years in total, and I probably stayed with them off and on for a year because I went out and drove taxis at their little Faith Taxi business.
Yeah.
So I take people to Walmart and give them groceries and help them out in the community and stuff like that. And then I'd go back and kind of hang out with them at nighttime, and we'd do a little barbecuing, drink a couple beers or whatever.
Yeah.
And then after that, that was pretty much it.
How much did they pay you doing the taxi? What were they paying?
Usually they charge $2.25 or 50 cents a mile. So basically they'll go out and let people go where they want to go, and they just cover the fuel and give them a little tip or whatever to help them with groceries.
Okay. Did they have other people working for them besides you?
Yeah. They had one other guy that was working there, and then me and Stacy and Sarah. So there's like 4 total.
What was the other person's name? Do you know?
The other guy was I want to say it was another Hispanic guy that was my friend that they met during that time.
Yeah.
And we kind of hung out, and he had an SUV, and we drove around a little bit and talked, and he kind of
Yeah, this is weird. So she basically had a transient business whereby people were just worked for a unlicensed taxi company. That's great.
Well, yeah, I mean, we played most of it. You guys get the general idea that, you know what I mean? These are, to be Brandy and have to see these clowns on YouTube and sitting here saying, you know, their stories ain't matching and they're not adding up, and the police, I mean, they're doing their research, but they can't just put them in jail for nothing. You know what I mean? They have to.
Yeah, I'm sure she watches anytime they do an interview, though.
Yeah, and God, it just.
You guys think that, you know, with the charges that they had, that they would have to hand over the information of the route that they took on that trip, like where they went, they stopped here, they got gas here. I would
Well, you
assume
would
so,
think the
right?
police have that, you know?
I think they did or at least that Stacy guy in one of the interviews talked about each place they stopped.
Yeah.
And he said the police had all that. Whether they do or not, I don't know.
Yeah. It's like frustrating because you think you have the guys, but the problem is, it's like, you know, you don't really have enough to fucking nail them in. Yeah, you got inconsistent statements. You got enough, but it's like
yeah, they need Michael.
Yeah, I mean they need that, and then they can start building their case, and also they need, even if they need like someone. Unfortunately, all of them are sketchy, and you can't really throw them all in jail without any proof. And I don't know.
Yeah,
It's one of those
only
cases.
if you're Betty.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Like, you know, you can have a belief that someone's guilty, but you know, your belief doesn't mean jack and shit. It's what you can prove.
Yeah, because if they did a trial now or
They
charged
get
them
off.
with it, yeah,
They would get off immediately.
Yeah.
There's just not enough for a conviction, you know.
It's all circumstantial, all statements that are retracted and stories.
I am convinced, though, if they had the body, I don't think that those 4 people would not leave DNA, would not leave a hair, would not leave trace evidence. And I agree. I think they need the body, and I think that would nail them.
That's why I just have to wonder why. I mean, you would think there would be that in the vehicle he was transported in, you know?
I don't know. I mean, like the problem is, it's like there's all of them are very weird and sketchy people.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. You have a bunch of weird and sketchy people. You know, Mr. Wandra made that statement about, you know, him buried there, and you know, you would think that would be enough, but the problem is that, you know,
he wasn't there.
You know, and he could be just lying for clout to look good. He can always say, "Well, I was scared," just like he stated, or you know. And the usual BS.
In all these interviews, if he's blaming the girlfriend, has he ever stated why? What happened? Why would they do this to this little precious boy?
I don't know.
Voices? Anyone on panel? I can't see
They
the
live
chat.
4 blocks over from them. 4 blocks. That just makes me feel sick. I mean,
yeah, I think
I can't figure out a means, or I suggest.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think it just was a crime of opportunity. and they just took it, and that was pretty much it. Wrong place, wrong time, maybe.
Yeah, but
That's-
wow. Crime of opportunity. You had something wrong in your head to take that opportunity, you know?
I mean, how do you know? Maybe they were always that person, someone in that house, or one of them was always watching and just did it. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
simple as that. Who knows? I don't. Personally, I don't know. It's you're never gonna really get the answer from these people unless you actually, talk to them.
Unless they talk to him, but they gotta get Michael and build their case from there.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's the problem. It's like they don't have enough right now, or the evidence they just not sure if they're going to get a conviction, and that's the problem.
And I remember them taking somebody's laundry in a bag to his mom's house. One of those guys, Brandon or Lucian or Adrian or whoever that was, and
Brandon.
Yeah. And where did she live? And I mean, just even that route. I'm sure the police have looked all over though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's one of those frustrating cases you don't really, there's no answers to really at this point because, well, there's answers, but we're not privy to it. We won't know them until the investigation is.
Yeah, and I wonder what he's in jail for now. I should look at the jail roster. I wonder what
Probation violation.
Oh, probation. You said, yeah.
Being a piece of shit. That would be enough.
And if she didn't allow, if that lady, Sarah, didn't allow beer or alcohol or drugs, why did that guy say, oh, he'd go over there at night and barbecue and drink some beers? Beer's alcohol.
Who knows, man? These people are whack jobs.
Yeah.
These people are absolute fucking whack jobs. Who knows?
But it's interesting how this case, especially with the YouTubers, didn't go as crazy as, say, Sebastian or Summers.
Well, in the beginning it was because there was a lot of people like that British guy, I forgot his name again.
Harsh Reality.
Yeah, he was fucking really pushing that she was guilty. Oh, she was, last one seen.
Yeah.
He did distortions of her face.
But she wasn't the last one that saw him.
Well,
Wasn't she at work? Yeah.
You know how it is. They were just immediately blaming them. They went through the phone call. You know what I mean? It was a big thing. And I guess just simply, I don't know.
If it wasn't for digging up that yard, I truly believe that the channels that were blaming them would still continue today.
Well, I think also, Brenda Neal is very much like you talk to her. You can tell that she's trying. Maybe that was kind of went through with these people. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They probably said to themselves, okay, like we're talking to her. She seems like she's really has nothing to do with this. And the people that talked to her, there was no, when they talked to her, they realized, okay, it checks out. She's not, she's not weird or anything like that. And maybe that was it. Who knows?
Yeah. Or maybe she just wouldn't allow it. I don't know. She's a very strong woman.
Well, I mean, I think like she had the interviews and the people just, I guess they didn't get a bad feeling from her. But in the beginning, the people were fucking going at her.
I remember that, or the husband or the dad,
Yeah,
a
lot.
I do remember.
Yeah. And there was a lot of people doing it at the time. It was very popular at that time. And, I think people just generally she just convinced them, I guess.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, I mean, like it's, she, you have a conversation with her, you could tell, she's not eating, she's looking, she's, on channels, you could tell it's, you know what I mean, you talk to her, it's like there's really no suspicion that you have that she has anything to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I
neither
think,
does Katie, but they still do.
yeah, yeah, but I mean, like there's not as bad as with like Chris. You know what I mean? Like I think when Chris went on the interviews and said certain things like that and how he acted kind of hurt his position a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think
I'm just glad that it's they aren't doing anything now other than being, staying out of it. I mean, Dolly's being supportive of her, and the family.
Yeah, well, they did the interview, and I remember they had the interview, and it was like the worst audio ever. The interview, because Betty didn't understand to put some sort of something over the mic when she was doing this interview outside. You could barely hear anything, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And then what happened was that she shelved that interview and didn't even put it up until I think unearthing, like when they were going through the backyard.
Because that was big news. See.
Yeah, she didn't release it. Like she held on to that and didn't release it until they actually did the excavation. Then she released it because she was going to get views from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Kentucky Queen said Brandy ended up talking to BHB, and that's when they started to lay off the family, Brandy and her husband. Wow.
Well, yeah, but I also think you have to if you talk to someone, doesn't necessarily she will lay off of you if you she hates anyone like that remotely doesn't bow down to her and fucking
I would just take the hose to her. I wouldn't talk to her.
But I think when you talk to Brandy Neal, you kind of feel like, okay, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing wonky going on.
Yeah.
All these people, each other's businesses, nothing could be done around any of them if they all were together. And I don't know, man. I have no idea. I mean, honestly, I don't know who's involved. You know what I mean? It's one of those things the problem is Mr. Wandra is a piece of shit, garbage human being that could have just been lying, or he could just be enjoying fucking with people, watching someone squirm in front of him. Who knows? Yeah. I don't know.
I think all four of those people are involved.
Someone's involved. I just don't know who. I mean, that's the problem. And you can't throw people in jail for...
No.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Not illegal to be crazy or misfits.
Well, in the old days it used to be, but not today. In the old days it used to be illegal to do that, to be crazy. Yep. No, it's not.
Until about, 72?
Yeah, pretty much. Bedlam. Let me see. Dolly's voice for Brandy Neal. There are still channels that drag that family. Yeah, there are always channels that will do that. But I think once you talk to her, you kind of get a sense. You're like, okay, you know what I mean? And I think that was the situation. I think, you know what I mean? Because I guarantee you, if there was red flags, I'm sure it would probably just double up. Just because they talk to you doesn't mean they're going to be like, okay, we're not going to go into the family. They'll just immediately post it and just start shitting on you. So, I don't know.
Tim, how do you feel about the YouTubers interviewing him and or paying for it?
Well, I mean, what do you mean, interviewing him? The team? Listen, the problem is that the guy is a fucking... I don't like it, but the problem is the guy can start his own goddamn YouTube channel. But the problem is you're not going to find any details about this guy. He's going to
play everybody.
He's got to play everybody. Yeah, man. I don't know.
Oh, Dolly's been there a couple times since. That's good.
I mean, we just listened to the interview. So for me to be like, well, we're going to shit on these people for interviewing this guy, but we're going to watch it and review it.
It's
yeah. I can't really
called hypocrites. Yeah.
I can't really sit there and be like, yo, this is so wrong, and then watch it and review it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We've just watched it. I mean, I always hope that the guy gets too arrogant and just starts slipping up, and then he gets recorded and then he goes to jail. That would be the best case scenario. But I mean, realistically, it is what it is. I think the guy could just start his own YouTube channel and start talking. People would watch him. Do I think like
TM bullied Brandy? Oh my God.
Who bullied Brandy?
TM.
I'm
She's
not
kind of sick
surprised.
too, though, PJ, in my opinion.
I'm not surprised because like she was getting, I mean, like these, you know, a lot. She got a lot of people going after her at that time. It was really fucked up. You know,
I think she builds stories or theories in her head, and she believes them, and you know, she's just like a pit bull.
yeah, that's often the problem. You know what I mean? Like things are not as so simple as like, you know, as you know, the story in your head. You know, I mean, if it was that simple, then everyone would probably be solve cases. But I mean, how can you solve a case if you don't have all the information?
Yeah. We used to go to Fruitland to pick our vegetables and fruits for canning. Now, I'm in awe. Of course, a lot of the places that when I lived in Idaho, there's a lot of places that have grown.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't pay for clicks and views, but to hear him talk. Well, the thing is like a guy like that is either lying for attention and loves the attention and people listening to him, and he's just making up a story.
Which one, Stacy?
Yeah, or he's fucking just wants to see. He just likes the feeling of being superior and like outsmarting people, fucking with them.
Well, I could see him lying for attention and stuff, but I mean, I could also see them doing something too, not wanting to say something. You know what I mean? Not everybody lying about it. You know.
I mean, but I'm more leaning towards I think he knows more. I just don't know if he's involved with it or he just was there and he didn't say shit and he's just, I don't know.
Do we know if he was offered a polygraph and took it or denied?
Polygraphs don't do
I'm
shit.
not sure.
I know people, I know they're not upstandable in the court, but for me, I just feel like if you're innocent, why not take it?
I mean,
and a lot of people disagree, but that's how I feel. So that's
if
what
I
I
was
think.
innocent, I wouldn't take a polygraph, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I would not take a polygraph.
No. Those of us with anxiety that are innocent wouldn't pass a polygraph. Our body would be all over the fucking place.
Yeah, just because you're innocent doesn't mean, and you say no to a polygraph doesn't make you guilty. It's like it doesn't make you look guilty if you like say no to a polygraph.
That's more a tool for the police.
Yeah, I mean the whole point of a polygraph is to basically it's a use of for interrogating a suspect. Basically, like you know, it's how should I say it? It's like when, you know, in those movies and those movies they're about to torture someone, they bring in the tools that they're going to do it and they show it and it says, we're going to use these things on you if you don't talk. It's kind of like that. It's like a tool that basically like that. Like, listen, the polygraph said you were really nervous with this question and this question, this question. And they're hoping that you trip up and be like, oh, well, you know, the truth of the matter is, and then you just fucked up.
Yeah. No, we don't know if they knew Michael. PJ might know, but I don't know if they knew him. It doesn't seem like the people that Brandy would associate with, even if, you know, they were neighbors.
What do you guys think from what we watched and what we know? I would think if Sarah knew something, she would tell Stacy. To me, she looks like the girl who would just tell him everything. Or what are your guys' thoughts?
I have no idea. They're just misfits. They're just weird.
I mean,
I think they're all involved. So I couldn't tell you.
I think there's something odd about the business, and I think they might have invited an individual that might have been using it as a transient form of work, and you know, and I think that's what
Adrian Lucian. That one guy was he came from like Indiana, so he wasn't even from there.
Yeah.
Well, Idaho has a lot of transients though for field work and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm thinking like probably whoever was working for that group of that woman might have just, saw him and then just snatched him up in the car, drove away. And
yeah, such a sweet little guy.
And that, I think that's probably what happened. But, that's just a guess. It's not even a hypothesis or a fucking theory.
Yeah, and a population of what, 6,000. And no one saw anything. I'm assuming no one saw anything.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw anything. And I think, unless they get more evidence, they're not going to be able to figure the situation out anytime soon. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
See, this happened in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah. They didn't know where he lived. Michael was wandering in splash pad and they came upon him. Well, that's what I'm thinking, like crime of opportunity. And they might have saw him routine, like saw him in the neighborhood and just did it. Whoever did it. That's just my thoughts. It's never been said why he just pointed at her and said she did it, but then in the other pointed them say they did it. Yeah, I don't know. So these 4 involved lived 4 blocks away from Brandy. Yeah, well, yeah, the house was.
A different subdivision, but yeah.
The middle of the week and not hard to believe that no one saw anything. Yeah. If I took a polygraph, came back inconclusive. He probably will never pass one. He gets so worked up, he cannot lie for a shit. It doesn't detect you're lying. It detects if you're freaking get nervous nervous or something like that.
Right. It detects your heart, your blood pressure, your heart rate.
I think I'd get nervous. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
I'm a nervous Nelly.
They only ask like 5 questions.
Yeah.
I'm a nervous Nelly though. And like you guys who deal with me in VC know how I'm all over the place and my brain is going. And I've taken one and I've passed. And I told the guy I have anxiety. I'm really nervous. And he just walked me through it. And he gave me like 3 questions. And they make you lie. Like he's going to ask you a question, am I wearing a watch? And he wants you to lie to him. So you have to say no if he is. And I
setting your baseline. Well, it's because you were probably telling the truth. But now I want to know why you have to take a polygraph.
And why did
I'm not going to say personal, but
I know.
I will say the other person.
We gotta look into just Samantha. Just Samantha's sketchy. She's sketchy. She's been taking polygraphs. What are you into? What are you doing, crazy person?
What I'm talking about. Like now I got even more. Now I'm even more intrigued.
I put an abuser in jail and he refused to take it. So that's why I feel that they're credible for my own personal of what I went through, and him not taking it is because he was lying. He was guilty.
Oh, he probably didn't take it probably because he's just, if it's a tool that's useful for against the ignorant. Like if it was used against me, I'd be like, I wouldn't give one way or another if I failed or passed. I'd be like, okay, well, it's not admissible in court, so who gives a fuck? I'd just be like, oh, well, I could literally fail this polygraph and it would mean absolutely jack shit. So I'd say, yeah, sure. I say, yeah, sure, give me the polygraph. Oh, I failed it? Oh, well, good luck because you can't use it in court, so who gives a fuck? And I would laugh in the guy's face. I'd be like, well, I wouldn't do that while I was being filmed, but I would be laughing later. I'd be like, oh, well, I don't know how that happened. I was very nervous, Mr. Police Officer. I was very, very nervous, I have this all this anxiety and stuff like that. I was thinking about my car getting a ticket or something, during the whole time. Just say something like that. But you could some people have passed, like, what was it, the Green River Killer or something like that?
Stay out of my state, beat him. Stay out of my state.
He passed the polygraph. Oh,
I know.
Murdered those people? Yeah. No, I didn't murder those people. Yeah, he apparently passed that one. So yeah, but either way, it's like it's a good tool against people who are ignorant and don't know about that. Glad that you. Well, I'm not stealing anyone's children, but I'm just saying.
Speaking of court, Tim, did you hear the bite expert is in?
We probably shouldn't talk about that right now. Just
okay.
Wait, no, wait. Okay, I know we're not supposed to, so say it really fast. The
The bite
defense.
expert, that crazy ass.
Can you? Yeah, please. I really don't. Like, I'll be willing to talk to you anytime other than that, but it's just like in the middle of the. It's like it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm gonna get yelled at by Quinn.
I was gonna tell you.
Since I opened up my own can of worms, I will just say that that person did end up going to jail, and I was obviously telling the truth.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go back to chat now. So
Okay,
thank
you have
you
a good
for
one,
letting me
Samantha.
come up.
All right, you have a good one, Sam.
All right, bye guys.
Bye. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
like,
he did pass the test.
I am cracking up. Did you say something about the bite mark? He goes, "Don't say nothing. Don't say
I
nothing."
know Queen
He
is trying to tell me
did.
what I can and can't talk about.
I'm cracking up. Be chill.
yeah, you know, I was gonna get yelled
Proud of
at.
him.
I was gonna get yelled at, so I'm like, no, I'm not getting yelled at for that.
But you get yelled at by me, so
So I'm just
you're
like,
always getting yelled at.
listen, you can do that yourself. You can bring it. You have a channel. You can do the stitching talking.
Oh
about-
yeah, I could just see this.
Stitching and bite marks.
Yes.
Bite marks talking about that.
I thought it was very, very sweet the way you did that, B Tim. No. Any other time I'd be happy.
I
to
don't
talk
find it
not
sweet.
right
It
now.
annoys me when he does that.
Well, you're always annoyed. That's
I know.
the problem.
Confused and annoyed. That's it.
That's your new channel, Confused and Annoyed.
I don't even want to discuss my channel. Thank you very much.
No, that's going to be your new channel.
Of the channel.
Oh.
Confused and Annoyed. Perfect name. Kind of perfect name for today's generation of
I fake
stuff.
being confused. I'm not really.
Well, you guys, we've been on here for what 5.5 hours and stuff, and I got to get going. I got stuff I got to do. So
Yeah, sorry I didn't jump up there. I was working. I was like running around the city. So
no,
I'll
it's
see you.
okay. I mean, we kind of went through this, and then
Yeah.
You know,
You
is
know,
there
when you
anything going on with SF? Has he posted about Sebastian's case or anything? Is there?
Let me see. You know, when you're shining shoes, you got to run around New York. You got to
Right. Oh, I
to
know
the
you're
customers.
busy.
You got to go to the customers. You know.
Well, Queen, you have a good day, and bye, everybody.
Bye, Stitching.
You love, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right,
Fun.
I'll see you. You guys have a good one.
See you
Bye.
around.
All right, we'll see you later, B Tim.
Bye.
Places. I hope I hope things get better with with what's going on, or I don't even know what's going on, but I hope you get to feeling better. And I'm sorry that you're going through that. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you guys for listening. If you guys don't know about Michael Monkey Vaughn, take a minute to check out his videos and stuff, and I'll share his flyer on my community tab. So sorry, my throat's hurting. Anyhow, I will catch you on the flip side, and we'll be on here later. So I'll see you on a little bit. Bye, everybody.